me stand on my feet. Take a look in the mirror and cry. Lord, what you did to me. I have spent all my years in believing you, but I just can't get no relief. Lord, somebody, ooh, somebody, can anybody find me somebody to love? Yeah. I work hard every day of my life. I work till I ache my bones. At the end of the day, I take home my half pay. Oh, my own child out. My knees not spread away till the tears run down from my eyes. Oh, somebody, ooh, somebody.
CarolineKwan Vods.
Anybody find me somebody to love? He works every day. I tried, but everybody wants to put me down. They say I'm gone crazy. They say I got a lot of water in my brain. Oh, I got no common sense. I got nobody there to believe. desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain.
Let the horse run free.
There were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills.
Alrighty. Hi, everybody.
The ocean is a desert with its life underground and the perfect disguise above.
Hello, everyone.
The cities lies a heart made of brown, but the humans will see. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain.
La 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 la. Greetings. Greetings, everyone. Prototype Sterling, thank you for the 2 months. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. I like your necklace. Thank you. Thank you. How are we doing? Yes, we will watch the music video. I will forewarn you. I will forewarn you. I don't love the song. I don't want to give like too many of my opinions before we actually watch it, because I don't want to influence anyone. Obviously, the music video with Coleman Domingo immediately too. I was like, oh. I was like, this is Rocky Horror Picture Show. Hold on, let me put on a different EDM. Chill. Let's see. There we go. There we go. And I was listening to Sabrina's album today, Man's Best Friend. And then, of course, I was seeing the stands online. I saw one tweet that was like, from somebody with a Sabrina Carpenter profile photo. Hold on. Someone with the Sabrina Carpenter profile photo, and they were like, has anyone even been able to say why the album is not that great? And there were a lot of people in the comments who were like, no, because they're just losers, blah, blah, blah. And then a couple people who were like, yeah, I just, didn't really love it, blah, 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 immediately were pounced on. Now, I don't think the Sabrina Carpenter stand-um is as powerful as some other stand-ums. The ones that will, like, if you say anything negatively, they will post you and your family's entire private information and be like, we're gonna kill you. You're gonna die. I like the last album more. I did too. I think it's okay. My overall thoughts is that it felt like kind of the bonus tracks of Short and Sweet. That it was like what was on the cutting room floor that didn't make it into that album. And I know she was like, well, I don't feel pressure to come up with something completely new, blah, 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 which, okay. But that absolutely read in the album. There were a couple songs I thought the production was vibey. I thought her kind of brand of humor really stood out. But I just overall was like, meh, nothing super memorable. My thoughts are I'm once again asking for Jack Antonoff to be trained at The Hague. Yeah, I do think maybe she needs to go in a different direction. Otherwise, it's kind of just going to be... I fear she'll just be going like this. Anyway, I haven't listened to the full thing. I listened to like a good portion of it. It's a little bland, which I think if you're a fan is easy to not notice. I've done this with my faves too. Yeah, I don't think there's any like major problems. I don't think it's oh my God, that album sucks. And I think a lot of fans who are... So I think it's maybe why I don't even see that much discourse on it, to be honest. All I saw was kind of some tweets that were by Sabrina Stans, where they were like, well, can anyone even say why it's not good? I thought the songs that I listened to that I liked were... I liked House Tour. I liked Nobody's Son. I thought Go-Go Juice was funny. It was kind of like a Western... Like a Western drinking at a saloon type vibe. I think she's... Look, Sabrina Carpenter to me is very comedic, and so I think that's one of her strengths, is her kind of absurdist humor that she puts into her music. But anyway, we will watch the music video, and then I wanted to watch this video by Swiftologist called I Got Canceled for Review Music Criticism is Dead, because I saw a piece too in the New Yorker about how music criticism has really lost its edge, and there's kind of this expectation now, especially with pop music, that it's like bad manners to criticize something that has broad appeal. That it's like, oh, a lot of people like this, so how dare you have any smoke for it? And pop music, once upon a time, was not treated seriously. But then we went too far in the other direction, where it's like, not only take it seriously as a critic, but only have kind words to say. Swiftologist, I've seen some stuff of his that's pretty good. Like, what was the thing we watched the other day? Anyway, he's talking about how I think it was like a bunch of different fandoms that came after him. I'm sure Swifties don't fuck with the Swiftologist, but that does not mean that I'm not going to, I want to hear what happened to him when he claims that he tried to do a music review. Lucas Mucus, thank you for the 29 months. Excess Like You, thank you for the 17 months. Unjo, thank you for the 13. Carioca, thank you for the Prime. Also, I think September has started early. You get 30% off new subs. So, how exciting. Except I don't need that because the DNC is paying me $100,000 a month directly. So, I actually don't need to be supported by the viewers. I need everyone to see the ending to this guy's 40-minute Moana 2. Did Moana 2 merit a 40-minute review? I don't think so. A 40-minute review? That's a lot. Moana? Okay.
Here's actually 2023's disaster piece, Wish. Yep, you knew I'd have to talk about this movie again. Asha believes in her heart that King Magnifico is in the wrong and that she is in the right, and that is all she needs to wish for a revolution. The point of Wish is not to discover self to help others. There's no mystery where self is the answer. The theme is that self is the ultimate authority. Whatever you believe, you have the full right to go and do it because whatever you think is right is correct no matter what. Throw away any reasons he may have had, however valid I think they might be. Heck, throw caution to every warning sign. Asha doesn't think think his reasons are valid, so she can do whatever she likes. I know my Christian rant last video was your favorite part, so I'm sorry, this one won't be as long. I know, you loved it
Wait, what? I know your Christian rant? I'm confused.
so much. What can I say? But as a Christian, I look at this and I know self won't satisfy because the only thing that can is Jesus. That's why these loving endings feel more impactful. They're a mirror of how Jesus sacrificed himself for us out of his love. They imitate
Wait, what?
the greatest story ever told. It's a universal theme, but self feels like a cop-out answer because I believe we can't save ourselves. The Bible is pretty clear about the heart.
Okay, I was. Is this a troll? Are you sure? Who is this? Is this a real person? Are we joking about Jesus? We don't do that here. We don't joke. We don't
Following
judge.
your heart. Something, the heart is deceitful above all else. And if you look at all these solutions, they keep straying further from love and closer to selfishness, which me personally, I don't care for.
It's a real guy. I kept waiting for the moment that I was like, okay, whatever. I thought Wish was a bad movie too. I don't disagree there. And then he pulled out the scripture. He pulled out the stories about self-love and self-empowerment at the end of the day are bad because that's not what Jesus was about. Wow, okay. What? Are we sure? He pulled out the JC card. Yeah, the big man card. All sham Noel, thank you for the prime. Okay. He pulled out the good book on ya. He did. Jesus died for your cinemas. Jesus died for your cinemas. So is this what he does? Hold on. At one point he had like a bunch of. Okay. Man, I never felt this much tonal whiplash. This took a weird Christian turn. Why did bro just start to read the Bible? Great analysis until the random Christianity push. The video was decent till you started vomiting Christian mediocrity all over. Came here for a review, turned away by the sermon at 1720. Your imaginary sky daddy doesn't exist. What the fuck is this? Keep to your great points about the song and cinematography. Keep your religious viewpoints out. Okay, here's the thing. You can, when you are reviewing something, you can absolutely, like, in your analysis, make a connection to, make a connection to the spiritual, to the religious, but not in this way. Not where you're like, I'm a Christian and I'm going to make everything about how Jesus died for our sins. And so any Disney movie that has an ending that I don't think aligns with that is bad. That's not the same thing as like providing analysis, maybe any religious context to a film review. This is just silly. This is silly. Bruh, you ruined it with the Christian yap. It'd be funnier if this was like his bit. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Speaking of bit. Jesus says we should all hate ourselves. Yes. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. There is a new Haley song, by the way. We thought it was going to save us, but it's actually like 10-9-11. She mentions Taylor York asking about them on a plane in 2014. They were not together. People were shipping them back then. She was with Chad. And this is the first confirmation we have of him at her wedding.
Yes, I saw her spiraled hair.
Wait, she has dropped... No. Wait, hold on. Okay. This is just... official visualizer.
Our life in a movie.
So this is in addition to the 17 songs that she dropped.
And now I'm spinning my web up in the air. My spider senses. Rain's gonna fall. Wash away.
I like the song.
I'm leaving.
Like, I think this snaps.
You told me you waited for me. You said that you won. Asked me on a plane from Rio, do I ever think of us? And you were at my wedding. I was broken, you were drunk. You could have told me not to do it. I would have run, I would have run. Tell me what was the moment you decided to give up? You could have told me what you wanted. I would have done.
Oh, drama.
Anything. I would have done anything. I thought you were gonna catch me. I never stopped falling for you. Now I know better, never let me leave home without a parachute. I thought you were gonna catch me. I never stopped falling for you. Now I know better, never let me leave home without a parachute. Watch me fall. Watch me fall. Watch me fall through the sky. Watch me fly. I thought you were gonna catch me. I never stopped falling for you. Now I know better, never let
Dude, I need to know what the other two songs after this are going to be. Wow. Dude, I feel this song and I'm not even like currently in the aftermath of a breakup. I'm not even like experiencing a horrible breakup in the aftermath of it. One of her touring bandmates and who often collabs on stuff like this said his fave song isn't even released yet. It's still to come. One of the two remaining tracks. Damn. You know, it's tough because it's like we listened to Haley's album and then I was listening to Sabrina's. Obviously, they're very different artists, but it's just a reminder that I think a lot of people also just listen to music rather than experience it. And we've had this conversation about how music is by a lot of people just background, that they don't take it in I don't know, they don't like envelop themselves in it and really dive into the experience of it, which is why I think music criticism is so important. And it is, I mean, our criticism just being a dying form all around. But it's like I was listening to Sabrina's album. I'm like, okay, yeah, it's fine. And then like, I don't know, Haley, it's just, it feels like it's an experience, you know? It's like different if you have your headphones on or if you're blasting on the speakers, if you're in your car. Okay, so we can more random drama. The rumor is that actually Romantic is about Taylor minding her own business and certain people constantly talking about her, like, why are you scrounging around the internet looking for leaks of your... Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Hold on. Fiance's ex-girlfriend. Fiance's... I'm sorry, my brain is not working. I'm not understanding these words right now. Who's fiance's ex-girlfriend? What? Is this about Haley? Or Sabrina? What's going on? Okay. No. Ashley, we were literally talking about Haley Williams. That's why I get confused, because not everything is about Taylor Swift. This is... No, you make it complicated when I'm like, what does this have to do with Haley Williams? Fiance's ex-girlfriend. Girl, you know I don't give a shit about crusty ass Maddie Healy. Gabriette is Maddie Healy's fiance. Maddie Healy, he is one of those guys that thinks he's a lot more interesting than he is. Look at the two. Okay, fine. I will look at this, and then I'm moving on to watching Sabrina Carpenter's album or video. Okay, Stan Twitter and fans of #that group have been denying that they're all obsessed with Taylor. Who, that group? Who is the Maddie Healy's ex or current fiance? Finding some excuses for their actions, and then the little nudges happening for at least a year now. But this single-handedly proves that she's been on their minds. I'm not high enough to understand any of this. I'm not diving. I am aware of things that are happening, but my awareness is limited. I'm usually not in the world of like whatever these giant webs, you know. I get bits and pieces. I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I know the basics here. But I don't understand what this has to do. Okay, is that actually romantic from Taylor's new album? Is about Charlie, according to leaks. Wait, but the album hasn't even come out. This is too much. I'm sorry. I can't dive into a song on an album that hasn't even come out yet. Hence why it's leaks. Okay, here I'm gonna say something. So we are all biased, right? We are all biased. I like drama. I like that stuff. I have to be so for real. In the Taylor Swift world is one that for the most part I'm not really tuning into, like, Taylor's lyrics, the Taylor Swift web, the Taylor Swift world. Like there's things that I am aware of. Farley. Okay. Hi. Hi. Hello? Oh. Hi. Like, I don't even know who the hell Gabriette is.
I'm just opening some net
Is she
sauce.
somebody I should... Oh, nice. Gabriette, she is a model, musician, and content creator known for her succubus chic goth aesthetic. Yes! Hold on, I'm trying to figure out who this woman is. Oh my god. Dragon Army, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Mostly, okay, wait. Oh, she's one of those. Wait, I thought that was Lisa Rinna's daughter. I guess not. Okay. Oh, she's in I Know What You Did Last Summer. See, this is kind of stuff I'm like out of the loop on too. There, you know, I feel like there are, I said this the other day, I will see stuff and I'm like, there is an internet there's a whole internet out there that I don't feel like I know. Like I'll see people talk about influencers and that kind of stuff. I'm like, I am now online all the time because it's part of my job, but I am still always like, who is that? What is this? What is this other internet that I am not privy to? Okay, so Gabriette, who looks like Lisa Rinna's daughter. Problem is, that's the other thing too. I hate to be like such a boomer. I am starting to confuse people as well. It's the dark web. They are all in Charlie's friend group. They've all been talking shit. That's basically the gist. Okay. I see. Okay. Like I understand the whole Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend, Kayla, because I've met her personally and I've had experiences with her. But this whole other side, I mean it too. Like I think Matty Healy sucks. He's not somebody that I don't think he's someone who, I don't get all this drama with him. I don't understand. I really don't get these girls dating him. I don't understand. Is there something I'm missing? I look at this guy and I'm like, why? All I know is that I am not going to read your statement out loud. Okay. Now we are going to watch Sabrina Carpenter's new video, Tears, which has one of my faves in it, Coleman Domingo. Valerie, thank you for the 9 months. She does make really fun, creative music videos. This is very Susan Sarandon in Rocky Horror.
I'll give you what you want. A little communication, yes, that's my ideal foreplay. Assemble a tree from IKEA, I'm like, I get wet at the thought of you. Being the responsible guy. Treating me like you're supposed to do.
I love the video. I just wish it was a different song, I think. I like the song more with the video. Listening to it on its own, it was like, okay, I get we're going for shock value, you know. bar is so low. She's saying she gets horned up at the thought of a guy being responsible enough to text her. This part's funny.
Baby! I'm so glad you're okay.
Wait. No.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
You died earlier, I thought.
Babe, what are you talking about?
No, it's a thing. Someone has to die every video.
Hey, what?
Sorry.
Why are you being weird right now?
We'll always remember you, though. He was a nice one, too. They have to give the people what they want.
You have to give the people what they want. See, I love, she's funny. Like she's cheeky, you know, she definitely is an artist who looks like she's having fun. I think that the theme of the song as well doesn't really match the video. Thank you for Coleman Domingo. I agree. Love Coleman Domingo. What a fun actor to pick for your music video. As I said before, the album seems to follow pretty much the same formula as Short and Sweet, and I don't know. It feels also like vocally she can do a lot more. I've listened to her really sing, and I feel like that's something that's also missing. I think as a pop artist, you want to have these really big vocal moments. You know, I think about Lady Gaga. Okay, Lady Gaga has such a range. She's as a vocalist, she has an enormous range. But You and I, for instance, You and I was a song that she put her goddamn vocals on display, and it's a bop too. But it really highlighted her voice, and I just feel like that is missing from. I feel like that's missing from Sabrina Carpenter's album. There's no risk. Everything sounds flat, compressed, almost mechanical. Yeah, it's a problem when. It's a problem when it's just, there's nothing about it that's memorable. I feel the same way about Olivia. She can do more than you think. Yeah, I really like the song Vampire, especially when she performs it live, because I think she really, I think that's one that her vocals stand out a bit more on. But I know that Sabrina Carpenter can sing. She's not one of those like made in a lab pop stars who relies entirely on relies on like a lot of help to make her sound good. I think some pop production muddies their voices, and it's a shame when they can sing. Yeah, it kind of just feels like this generic. It's like this just generic production sound. As I said, there's a couple of exceptions on the album that felt more like standouts to me, that had a bit more boldness, a little bit sharper, you know, and I think let her humor pop as well. You know what's interesting? It seemed like there was so much more conversation around the goddamn album cover, and just how much discourse that generated, and then the album coming out and kind of just like, pew, ooh, it's like the last helium in a balloon, just pew. Yeah, Man Child was not was when Man-Child came out, there was kind of that similar sentiment of, oh, okay. I don't know. I don't think it's an interesting enough album. I think Sabrina Carpenter's an interesting artist, and I like what she's brought to the scene. I just don't think the album itself really merits a ton of discussion. She has a really good riff in this one. This one is When Did You Get Hot?
Untouched, bone dry, not a plant can grow. About time I get back on my horse to the rodeo. Now I'm at the Prospect Convention. My friends walking, your friends.
Well, the thing too is, I don't know, that feels like she's following in the footsteps of how. So Taylor Swift dominates, is one of the dominators of pop music, and she puts out a lot of music, and it kind of feels like there's this pressure on pop artists now to quickly put out other albums, their next album. And the thing is, it's like, maybe if she had waited longer, because she said that she did not feel that she didn't feel a need to do something new, to go in a different direction on the album, which it's like, okay, well, maybe if you waited longer, maybe you would have felt inspired to do something new.
Direction said, Sabrina, don't you know Devin? And I was like, huh. When did you get hot? All of a sudden I could look you up and down all day. When did you get hot? I think I would remember if you had it that face. I did a double take, triple take. Take me to naked, twist up back at your place. Baby, baby, the second in the time. When did you get hot?
This sounds like Ariana Grande. Here's the problem. If you close your eyes and you can't identify who the artist is, that means the sound is too generic, in my opinion. So I listened to this song and I couldn't tell you that this was Sabrina.
Yeah. Congratulations on your new improvements. I bet.
Who's your
you
favorite
like
of the
rides
recent pop girls? Chapel. I love
like
Chapel.
bigger than Zeus's. Hey, wait, can you lift my car with your hand? You are an ugly kid, but you're a sexy man. Sorry, I did not see the vision. Thank you, Lord, the fine you has risen. Big riff coming, I need a minute. Wait, I need a minute. Okay, here it comes. Baby, baby, a second in the car. When did you get hot?
Now, see, I still think this production-wise just feels like a lot of the rest of it. I don't think she is. It still feels like it's muting her vocals. Like, it's just very, very produced. Okay. Just coming in, and I don't know the takes, but I'll be real, not a fan of this album. That kind of seems to be the overall vibe. That people listened to it and they didn't have a viscerally bad reaction. It was just like, okay. And as I said, you pair that with the discourse that generated after the album cover came out. Another thing that I have a problem with is how many alternative album covers artists are putting out at one time. An album cover is supposed to be iconic. It's supposed to, you look at it and you are brought back to the moment when you listen to the album. Like it in and of itself is an important part of an album. And for some reason, there's this new trend in putting out multiple alternative album covers, and I don't understand. Notice how Lady Gaga put one cover for Mayhem. Do one. Yeah, I mean, yes. I know K-pop does this. They've been doing this for a long time, because fans will buy all of them. But I don't like the trend in pop music. I don't like the multiple variations of an album cover. I heard an expert say it's to get impulse buyers who don't want to miss out. Well, yeah, and it also taps into standums. Well, they'll buy anything. They will buy the remix. They will buy anything that their artist puts out. They will buy it. They want every single thing. This Yasin Bey take on commercial pop music is evergreen. Also Drake.
Like, is Drake hip hop?
Why you doing this to me?
I know.
Drake.
We're here for truth. We're here for truth.
Drake is pop to me.
That was the funniest fucking pause. He goes, you could feel him inhaling and then exhaling.
Right, that's fair. In the sense that it's charting like pop music, popular music.
In the sense, like, if I was in Target in Houston and I heard a Drake song. So it feels like a lot of his music is compatible with shopping.
Not a Target! He just said Drake has the kind of music that gets played in a Target.
Commercial music.
He apologized for this. Why? Because was he getting death threats? was he being so harassed that he just decided it was easier to be like, yeah, okay, my bad.
Or it's,
Commercial music,
shopping with an edge in certain instances. Or
shopping with an edge.
Fair. I like Drake's
Oh my
music, but
God.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Here's the thing. You can like Drake's music and also acknowledge that he's correct. You can also say that it is very commercial music. It is the type of music that like that like white parents are comfortable with their kids listening to. So it doesn't mean that you can't like it, but what happens is when you if you identify a popular artist's music as being as being very commercial, as having mass appeal because of the pop elements to it, because of the commercial elements to it, then people they are like so angry. They're so mad.
of course, I mean,
It's
I get
commercial, entertaining, fun, good,
it's
formulaic music. That is
it's likable.
likable music. Yeah.
It's likable.
But is it? I'm gonna leave you alone. We're gonna move.
I'm gonna leave you alone.
Woo! So many products. So
many SKUs.
So many SKUs. Look at all these SKUs. Oh, so many products.
So much merchandising. So
I
many
love this-
barcodes.
I love this mall. Look at this place. I mean, look at this place. They have everything. Everything's here. They have
He's so
everything
funny.
here. Ah, this is great. This is a new Drake. You hear it? It's great. Okay. What happens when this thing collapses? this is the thing that we're talking about. It's like nobody wants to talk about. It's like what happens when the columns start buckling? Are we not in some early stage of that at this present hour? Are we seeing like the collapse of the empire? Buying and selling. Where's the message that I can use?
JDL, you're exactly one of those people that I'm talking about. Now you're upset. You're upset that they're calling Drake's music commercial, that it is more pop than it would be hip hop because you're a fan of Drake. And that's okay. A lot of people are a fan of Drake. There's Drake songs that I like. But you now are doing the personal attacks of Mos Def is so boring, who listens to him, because you can't allow there to be identifications of Drake's music other than he's a great artist. No, I don't think Mos Def is saying he's not a good artist. So you pushing back, I'm not upset Mos Def is objectively a boring artist. Okay. That's fine. You can have your opinion. I would hesitate to use the word objective as if you are stating facts. We're also not talking about his music, his artistry, which according to you is objectively boring. He was simply asked the question, is Drake a hip hop artist? And what he's saying is he's a pop artist. His music is very commercially driven and commercially produced.
Right.
You know, what's in it for your audience apart from being like banging the pom-poms?
Amateur Phantom, thank you for the 13 months. Wap Mop, thank you for the 3 months. Aryan Design Games, thank you for the 16 months. Okay, I would like to read... Do I want to read that or do I want to look at this video first? I would like to read some of this article. It's very long, but it's great. It's How Music Criticism Lost Its Edge. Music writers were once known for being much crankier than the average listener. What happened? Admitted Flunky! Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy moly. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ahem. So... this is an important conversation to have, and it's one that I have had. And one major point of contention that I have with standoms is how they have participated in driving out music criticism. In good music criticism. Do I think that stans are responsible for the decline, like entirely responsible? No. I think it's also an economic thing. Back in the day, you could make a good living being a full-time critic. And then as magazines started to slash their budgets, of course, the thing that always goes is, our careers in something like art criticism. So as magazines shrunk, as companies slashed their funding for this particular type of work, that has also led to a decline. But you cannot talk about this problem without addressing the problem of stans. Because think about it. Back in the day, someone could make $60, $70, $80, $90,000, be a full-time critic for Rolling Stone, etc. And so it's like, okay, you get shit, you get pushback from fans, but whatever, it's your job. Now you have someone who's making like $100 to do as like a freelancer to write for one of these magazines, and they're getting doxxed, and it's not worth it. We've seen what's happened when critics will have even the slightest pushback. They don't 100% love an album by someone who has an enormous fan base, and the harassment is never ending. It is nonstop. Leftist Andy, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Appreciate you. Top She, thank you for the 26 months. Okay, this also gets into talking about Anthony Fantano, who is somebody that we, a lot of people know because he's just in various leftist spaces, but also because he's a guy who's frequently being attacked by different stand-ups. He is not afraid to articulate in detail when he does not like something and why he does not like something. And it makes him a target from these various stan communities. Okay, so let me start here. So this was just talking about how back in the day, just the bigger bite that criticism had, but also that pop music was not treated seriously. A lot of times it wouldn't necessarily be reviewed, or it was not reviewed by like a magazine's main critics. And there's this thing called rockism, which people refer to as a musical prejudice, where critics love they love the sound, they love the cultural context, they love the ethos of rock and roll, and then turn around and have zero interest whatsoever for pop music. So music critics used to get called raucous as far as their bias towards music like rock and roll. And then what happened was this term called poptimism. So, let me start here. It's surely no coincidence that as Pitchfork, which is Pitchfork is a magazine that does music criticism, became more open-minded, it also became kinder. I think part of that was because Pitchfork was having somewhat of an identity crisis. Poptimism intimated that critics should not just take pop music seriously, but celebrate it, or else. I like this very daunting, or else. Tavia, thank you for the 23 months. Poptimism, so this aligned with the changing imperatives of the media industry. On blogs, you could draw a crowd with a contrary opinion. But on social media, you became a ringleader by saying things that your followers could publicly agree with. As the magazine world shrank, much professional reviewing was done not by all-purpose critics like Kreisgau, who covered just about everything, but by freelancers who might be assigned reviews based on their affinity for the performer, which created a built-in positive bias. This virtual intimacy of social media slowly erased the distinction between talking about somebody and talking to them. In 2020, after Pitchfork gave a 6.5 to an album by the pop star Halsey, the singer asked on Twitter, "Can the basement that they run Pitchfork out of just collapse already?" And I have a problem with this. I have a problem with this direct bridge now between artists and critics because of the internet. And what happens is an artist like Halsey will publicly fire shots on the internet, and then that activates her fan base. And then it creates this environment where there's no ability to have any type of criticism, any type of conversation around an album. It has to be, you either love it and you endlessly praise it, or you don't say anything. When Halsey did this, I remember thinking at the time, ew, don't love that.
Thanks for everything.
This wouldn't have been noteworthy, except by then, Pitchfork had been purchased by Condé Nast, which also owns this magazine, and had moved into the First World Trade Center, a building that most people hope will not collapse, despite the fact that a handful of pop critics work there. Some writers who criticized Taylor Swift reported that they and their family members had been harassed, threatened, and doxxed. I remember this. This was after a reviewer at the music magazine Paste had reviewed the Tortured Poets department. We started to get a lot fewer pitches for negative reviews, particularly of artists with huge fan bases. Perhaps the most infamous review of the TPD was published in the music magazine Paste. It had a cantankerous opening sentence that Lester Bangs might have enjoyed. Sylvia Plath did not stick her head in an oven for this. Like, that's funny, okay? That's clever. But no byline. The magazine said it wanted to shield the writer from potential threats of violence. That's crazy! The fact that the magazine listed the writer as the entire staff. There was no one name, because we have gotten to a point that stans will nonstop go after a critic who has even the slightest amount of smoke for their fave. There is also this culture of hate in which literally any critique is labeled as hate, even by the artists themselves, which in turns let all their stands loose. Yes, it's like if there is even one modicum of criticism that is not effusively praising the artist, then it's considered a hit job. It's like, oh, they hated it. There's no ability to be like, oh, I really liked this aspect, but I didn't care for this. Or overall, just like this album is in my professional opinion, you know, obviously critics have their own subjective biases, but they are pairing that with their expertise. They are pairing that with you know, music criticism being just more than good versus bad. It's you know, music criticism, good music criticism will tell you why music matters, and it relates it to it will talk about an album outside the context of just that album too, and it makes you understand it makes you understand in ways that you could not articulate yourself, and have a more profound experience with listening to an album. Okay, Ashley, that's fine, but you have to. Okay, I'm not doing Swifties defense though. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the Swiftie stands, and I'm not saying that's you. I'm not saying that to you, but that the Swiftie stands have not been responsible, like a lot of stands in these for major artists, have not been responsible for going after people who criticize their fave. Like, it is a part of why music criticism is dying out, why people are afraid to say anything on the internet that is less than effusive praise for an artist with a massive, massive fandom. It's scary times out here. I do not think it's just Taylor Swift's fan base, but she is one of the biggest artists in the world, and she does have a lot of stans who engage in toxic behavior. Not all of them, not everyone. Okay. Look, and you don't have to, if they're getting into her personal life or doing things that you think get away from it, that's fine. But I don't think that it's acceptable to go, well, I don't like this for these reasons and blah, 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 to what always happens, which is like doxing, harassing, threats, you know, nonstop stalking, that kind of behavior. Like that there's just never a world that it's acceptable. Okay, so it had to contain Ger's opening sentence. For similar reasons, the Canadian publication Exclaim declined to identify the author of certain articles about Nicki Minaj, whose fans can be ferocious. We've gotten to a point that, like, you can't even say that you don't like an artist. I'm just like, what's going on? What's happening? And I do think that these artists have played into how ferocious and how toxic their fan bases can be. I do think so. Nicki Minaj is a perfect example. Nicki Minaj is she's awful, but she is well aware of what the barbs do because she activates them. And I get that, like, I understand that female artists are frequently subjected to misogyny. I see those attacks. I get it. I can separate that, though, from real criticism. Somebody who's like, I don't like Taylor Swift should not be accused of being a misogynist. I think that's ridiculous. If you're like, oh yeah, I'm not a fan of, I don't care for Beyonce, you shouldn't be called a racist. Now, if you're saying racist shit, then yes, you are being racist. If you don't like Taylor Swift and your reasons are giving misogyny, then yes, you're being a misogynist. But I don't know. I feel like we have this conversation all the time, and I don't think that this is the environment that has been created and that seems to only be getting worse is good. I just don't think it's good. Often I suspect writers have decided to keep their most inflammatory views to themselves. And I have to say too, if you are a young person today and you think criticism of your fave artist is harsh, please go read criticism from like the 70s. Please. You have to understand that what you think is harsh now is so watered down. And I'm not saying that critics of the past were not problematic, did not, have such biases that they were essentially gatekeepers because of the power that music critics used to have. But like, I'm not trying to do the, like, we've gotten soft, but in a way, yes, you have no idea if you think what is said nowadays by, the remaining critics in this space is so brutal, is like, oh, this person deserves to die. Oh my God, please go read old music criticism. Like, it was so brutal. Here, I'll give some, this piece even gives some examples. I just didn't read the opening part here. Okay, there's something a bit funny at any rate about pop music criticism, which purports to offer serious analysis of a form, blah, 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 blah. Robert Christgau, the self-proclaimed dean of American rock critics, began writing a Village Voice column called Consumer Guide, in which he assigned letter grades to new albums. He took pleasure in irritating the kinds of rock-loving hipsters who considered consumption counter-revolutionary and didn't like grades either. He described the music of Donny Hathaway as supper club melodrama and homogenized jazz. He referred to George Harrison as a horse dork. In Rolling Stone in 1970, Greil Marcus, another pioneering rock critic, began his reviews of Bob Dylan's self-portrait by asking, "What is this shit?" One of the era's best-known critics, Lester Bangs, specialized in passionate hyperbole. In a 1972 review of the southern rock band Black Oak, Arkansas for the magazine Cream, Bangs called the singer a wimp and suggested, half-jokingly, that he ought to be assassinated, only to decide after more thought that he quite liked the music. There's a point, he wrote, where some things can become so obnoxious that they stop being mere dreck and become interesting, even enjoyable, and maybe totally because they are so obnoxious. A horse dork it's very specific and very funny. There's so many artists nowadays that just cannot take criticism whatsoever. For example, Abel, aka The Weeknd. And look, I get it. Okay, when you're making art, when you're making music, it's very personal. I'm not saying that as an artist, it's easy to take criticism, that it's like, oh, you're being a little bitch. It's, it's a very human reaction to be upset that something you created is not loved by every person. However, that's how it goes. And it is important. Criticism is so important to art. Good art criticism is in itself an art form. And I am not loving the state of things where art criticism is a dying form. And so I don't feel I don't have I guess I don't have enough empathy for these artists and their fans. I get that it sucks if not everybody loves the art, because of how it has changed the environment, because of how now it feels like we are living in a time with pop music in particular where there is no room for real earned criticism. It's an outstandingly inherent challenge with music. Fans lean on music to express what their fans internally feel. It's an inherent procedure of projection. So fans will be default personally identifying with the music, its work to disassociate from after expressing via it. Yeah, I mean, there are things that I love that not everybody loves. And if someone is not being an asshole and is hating on it because they just want to hate on it, then I'm sorry, I don't have a right to be like, well, go fuck yourself. You should die. If you don't like this thing that feels very personal to me, it's not even something that I created. It's just something that resonates with me. No, it's like you can't treat art this way. It's not good for it. It's crazy because I'm a classical musician and our whole thing as performers is to train as hard as possible to be criticized and get better. I also teach pop music as theory as a TA for my doctorate, and there are things to objectively analyze like the form and chords, but there's so much subjectivity. I think people feel like attacking the music they love as an attack on themselves. Yes. And if you are ignoring music criticism, then you are losing out on the tools to understand how to experience music more fully. You are actually doing a disservice to yourself as a consumer, as somebody who engages with music, if you are also not engaging in good faith with criticism of music. It will teach you a lot. It will teach you to be a better listener. It will teach you why music matters. We'll just had that rant on stream during peak about Expedition 33 the other week. Yes. I will say consumption becoming everyone's hobby is part of the problem. I just think a lot of people form their entire identity around, say, a huge artist. And so they do feel like it's a personal attack on them. They do feel like, I don't know, man. It's... It's perfectly okay too to be someone who's like, this artist is just not my vibe. I don't care. I don't really care for their music. I think it's overall pretty bland. There's nothing in it that really stands out to me. There's a couple songs that I like that I put on in my car and I'll bop along to. And then that's just met with such hostility. I don't know. People have different tastes. They do. And that's why we have so many genres of music too. Can you imagine if all of us were just copy and paste of each other and we were just all the same? It would be very boring. It would. And you can also like some songs from a popular artist, but overall not consider yourself a fan. Okay. Anyway, continuing on. Where was I? Okay, crazy. For similar reasons, the Canadian publication Exclaim declined to identify the author of certain articles about Nicki Minaj, whose fans can be ferocious. Often, I suspect writers have decided to keep their most inflammatory views to themselves. I think sometimes I can tell when a writer politely demurs without saying as much. One editor told me, they're just like, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. And so that's another part of the problem. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Writers, critics used to make a living back in the day. And now a lot of them do freelance work, or they may work full-time for a magazine, but it's not what it used to be. So they're doing, they're doing a cost analysis when writing a piece of criticism on a very popular artist, especially when they have a notoriously toxic stand-up, and it's not worth it. It's not. Yeah, definitely phrases to soften the blow. I know. And look, I feel fair in saying all this too, because I don't think I am a toxic person. I am not somebody who's like constantly trying to shove my opinions on art in people's faces. I don't think that I am like an asshole in that regard. So by that I'm saying, like, please understand where I'm coming from. And I just feel like every time I do bring up certain artists and their fan bases in these conversations, people get upset with me. And it's like, man, you know that I'm not somebody who is out here trying to be inflammatory in really cruel and unfair ways. I completely recognize when shit that is said about your favorite artists is unwarranted, is like just misogyny badly masking itself, racism badly masking itself. I am not maliciously trying to put down somebody that you love, but I do care very much about this subject, and I care very much about the integrity and the lifeblood of art criticism. I love art criticism. I am always reading, because I think it makes me better at watching movies. It makes me better at listening to music. I don't always agree with it, but at least when it's coming from people who I respect their experience and their intelligence, I will read what they have written. The word poptimism implies lighthearted fun, but much of the criticism of the 2010s was earnestly concerned with justice and representation. One review of an album by Janelle Monáe, a retro-futurist R&B singer, noted that she was a queer, dark-skinned Black woman in an industry historically inclined to value her opposite. That was in Pitchfork. Another praised her as not afraid to address systemic inequality in all its pervasive forms inside and outside of her music. That was New York Mag. One of the few big names to get consistently negative reviews was Chris Brown. Ugh, you hate to see it. A lithe heartthrob whose critical reputation never recovered from the fact that in 2009 he attacked Rihanna, who was then his girlfriend, and later pleaded guilty to felony assault. Well, even though his reputation never recovered with the critics, when it comes to the fans, when it comes to the general public, he seems to be okay. In this atmosphere, there's no such thing as a strictly musical disagreement. It had seemed like good fun when in 1978, Lou Reed insulted Kreisgau on a live album. Reed derisively asked the audience, what does Robert Kreisgau do in bed? You know, is he a toe fucker? But the stakes were much higher when in 2016, the R&B singer Solange suggested to John Caramanica, a white Times critic who had discussed her on his podcast, that he be more careful when talking about Black music. She pointedly tweeted at him saying that her father had been hosed down and forced to walk on hot pavement barefoot in civil rights marches in Alabama. Not Christian, thank you for the 24 months. Big White, thank you for the 2 months. So this is another thing that I don't love. I don't love necessarily doing identity politics on who can and who cannot evaluate art. I think absolutely, if you are a white critic, you have to be checking your biases that are not just like, that are not biases that are inherently not harmful. in the way that like a lot of the initial reaction to Sinners, where the trades were trying to put the movie down in its opening week and be like, oh, look, it's a flop. And it was an incredibly successful film. So in that way, where you have to recognize, like, also if you don't have a lot of experience in a certain genre of film or a certain genre of music because you just traditionally didn't really listen to it. Like, I think those are all important things to consider. And I get that I get that there is racism in the music industry and that extends to criticism. And I understand all of that, but I don't like this kind of blanketed general notion that somebody who is of a different skin color, let's say white people, cannot in any capacity review a film or an album or any other piece of art that is made by a non-white artist. Okay. The idea of poptimism sometimes bled into a broader belief that it was bad manners to criticize any cultural product that people liked, whether it be a pop song or a superhero movie or a romance novel. This is not a new idea. On the contrary, it evokes the Latin adage de gustibus non est disputandum, and its modern analog repeated by kindergartners and less excusably by people who are no longer kindergartners. Don't yuck my yum. Criticism isn't inherently negative just because it isn't positive. This is the whole pancake swaff. Also, I think people hear the word criticism and they think negative. Like that has a negative connotation to it. They think condemnation, they think disapproval, and rather than it being evaluation, rather than it being like assessing a piece of work. I unfortunately now, and let me be clear on this example with Solange. I don't know this critic. I did not see when this whole thing happened. I just feel I don't want there to be this like I guess blanket ban on an inability for someone to review something that they don't share an ethnic or cultural background with the artist. But I do think it's important to, of course, ensure that your, harmful biases, if you possess them, are not bleeding through your criticism. Like that is something you need to separate from. You just need to separate from in general. The Solange example wasn't a good one to use for this article. The guy said she was only popular because white people started listening to R&B recently. He brought race into it first. Yeah, I mean, fuck that guy. I don't know if the New Yorker using that as an example, I mean, it probably would have been good to give more context there. I don't know if necessarily they are, if they would be siding with that critic versus just the interactions between artists and critics. The idea of poptimism, okay, The idea that people's tastes have a right not to be criticized is, of course, quite fatal to the idea of criticism itself, as many critics have noticed. In the literary world, where reviewers, it's you know what? Sorry to interrupt myself, but I kind of see it as similar to when sometimes I will see from, let's say a male filmmaker makes a film about, that is scathing towards the okay. If a male filmmaker makes a film that is dominated by by women playing roles, you know, and the subject material being that which is maybe political in its messaging. And I think obviously we've had plenty of male filmmakers who depict women on screen and depict women's stories in a really one-dimensional, atrocious way. But I don't think that means that men can never tell feminist stories. Like, a man not having the lived experience of a woman, I don't think means that they cannot tell a beautiful, well-told story with that kind of subject material. Like, that seems very silly to me to be like, nope, if you're not a member of this group, if you don't have this lived experience, then there's no way that you could offer anything of substance, you know, something that is going to actually accurately reflect the experience of being a woman. My academic shit would be asked if I refuse to listen to criticism. I don't understand artists who refuse to hear feedback. It's a very personal thing. And look, it's hard not to feel upset when somebody has a negative response to something you have created. I totally get that. Like, I am understanding in that way. But I don't think it's good for you as an artist to disengage from any type of criticism. Like, yeah, fine. Don't read it. Don't read it. But I think, I don't know, as artists, you're always wanting to, you're always looking to, I think, grow. And I don't think you ever feel necessarily like there's no, I think there's no end point where you're like, yeah, no, feedback is no longer valuable. In the literary world, where reviewers are often authors themselves, writers have long complained about excessive coziness. Sweet, bland commendations fall everywhere upon the scene, Elizabeth Hardwick observed in 1959. In more specialized fields like dance, complaints about the quality of criticism. Not long ago, a German choreographer attacked one of his critics with dog feces. Remember that? I covered that story. Seem less urgent than complaints about its quantity. There are hardly any professional dance critics left in America, a situation that The Atlantic has called a blow to the art form itself. Meanwhile, film critics have had to contend not just with disgruntled directors and actors, but with the fandoms that emerge online to defend their favorite characters or franchises. A.O. Scott, in his farewell column as the Times' chief film critic, argued that this culture was rooted in conformity, obedience, group identity, and mob behavior. That's not a bad evocation of a sold-out concert, as long as you also mention the camaraderie and the joy. In pop music, unhinged fandom is not an unfortunate mutation, it is the essence. Maybe that's why, compared with some other kinds of nitpickers, pop critics can seem especially extraneous. Literary criticism is often seen as indispensable to intellectual life, perhaps because the form matches the content. An essay about literature is itself literature, and dance critics and their subjects seem to belong to the same fragile ecosystem, with its own peculiar dominance rituals, apparently. But few people think of pop music critics as pillars of American intellectualism, and even fewer think of pop stars as an endangered species. Unlike movie critics or theater critics or restaurant critics, pop critics can't even claim to be saving their readers' time or money. Listening to a song is often easier, quicker, and cheaper than reading about it. One task for a pop critic is to help readers make sense of the musical free-for-all they encounter in their day-to-day lives. Another is to remind readers that nothing is so obviously silly or so self-evidently important that we can't form strong and antagonistic opinions about it. I think, for example, that Shake It to the Max Fly, the dance hall hit by Molly, is brilliantly hypnotic, but there are doubtless some listeners who instead find it tiresomely repetitive, although these days they may be too shy to say so. And I suspect that musicians themselves sometimes miss having critical critics around, if only as foils. The Taylor Swift song Mean is a righteous blast of indignation aimed at a pompous writer who enjoys picking on the weaker man. It sounds less righteous if you know that its target seems to have been Bob Lefsetz, who was not an all-powerful writer for a mainstream publication, but an industry gadfly who shared his thoughts in an email newsletter. I'm sorry, but a guy who is sharing his thoughts in an email newsletter is not somebody in a position of power who's picking on the weaker man. It's just not true. It's just not true. 15 years after that song's release, Swift is more powerful than just about anyone and also more scrutinized than ever. Some of the same forces that inhibit criticism surely make it harder for musicians themselves to say what's really on their mind, lest they trigger a social media avalanche. That, yes. So it's one of those things where this beast that these artists have, whether intentionally or not, fed and made stronger, they are also then they are captive of. It's the way that like a lot of the parasocial Swifties who were on Taylor's ass for dating Maddie Healy, like didn't she make a comment about how it was not like that's her personal life? So it will happen in this way that something you have benefited from will also be a thorn in your side. At a time when everyone is shouting at everyone else, there is a paradoxical pressure on all kinds of prominent and semi-prominent people to be on their best behavior if they want to stay above the fray. The most critical major music critic of the current era is not a writer at all, but a talker, Anthony Fantano, who delivers pithy, decisive album reviews straight to camera on his YouTube channel, The Needle Drop, which has more than 3 million subscribers. He is passionate about his favorite albums, but viewers know that when he appears in a red flannel shirt, he's about to deliver a particularly harsh verdict. In 2010, he reviewed My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy by Kanye West, praising the music but declaring that too many of the lyrics concerned Kanye's fucked up social life and rating it a light to decent 6. His bespoke system uses both numbers and adjectives. His reward was months of abuse from West fans and also an influx of viewers which helped establish both his voice and his business. Unlike many music writers, he's an entrepreneur, which means that going viral can make his life better as well as worse. When I have to do a negative review of something, at least I know I'm doing it for me, he told me. If I do end up getting attacked or harassed or torn apart over it, whatever benefit I'm going to see from that traffic or that attention, that is going straight to me. Over the years, angry fans have posted what they said were documents from his divorce, and the rapper Drake once shared what seemed to be a private Instagram message he sent to Fantano telling him, "Your existence is a light one." YouTube now might be the most prominent venue for music criticism. Alongside Fantano, there is Rick Beato, a producer who delivers learned and sometimes Horby-esque analyses of new and old music. More than 3 million people have watched a video from last year called I Thought the Spotify Top 10 Couldn't Get Worse. And AJ Deluxe, whose impassioned reaction to the latest Lady Gaga album lasted nearly an hour, plus more than a half hour of bonus content available on her Patreon page. Fantano doesn't mind playing the villain from time to time, and he's able to deliver the kind of pungent, memorable put-downs that his writer peers have largely abandoned. He once described the popular British band Sleep Token as making metal for Disney adults and looking genuinely distressed during a recent review of the country singer Morgan Wallen, whom he accused of using too much digital processing. I feel like I'm listening to a redneck robot singing underwater. You can savor the description even if, like me, you have a fondness for this particular drawling cyborg. Sometimes Fantano channels the spirit of his 1960s forebears. He's something of a traditionalist, fond of noisy rock and feisty hip-hop, and deeply skeptical of the contemporary music industry. Just as critics before him worried about the dominance of radio and then of MTV, Fantano deplores the algorithmic programming of platforms like Spotify and TikTok. In his view, these companies are replacing the old variety of the internet with a more homogenized musical landscape. I think there's a subset of stuff that is just bland, uninspired algorithm trash that basically sounds like a machine made it. I think Alex Warren sort of fits that. Warren is a 24-year-old TikTok star who had a breakthrough hit this year with Ordinary, an earnest love song with a rippling beat and an overbearing gospel choir. The angels up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found something so out of the ordinary, he moans. I don't think Fantano is necessarily wrong to call the song trash, but I do think he's wrong to imply that there's something intrinsically bad about songs that are designed to fit an algorithm or a market. Product market fit is what makes pop music pop. The only way to separate good product from bad product is to listen closely and perhaps to argue about it. Those musical arguments tend to be most fruitful when they're about more than just music, and rockism stuck around for so long because it helped critics tell a compelling story about righteous authenticity versus fabricated fakeness. After its decline, critics needed a new story to tell. One solution was to frame musicians as heroes or villains in a fight for social justice. Another was to lean into poptimism, focusing broadly on popularity or more narrowly on pop as a musical genre. But fans of mainstream pop, as you may have noticed, tend to not be reliably optimistic about music, let alone polite. They are, on the contrary, viciously factional and unapologetically fickle, finely attuned to the subtle difference between a hit and a flop. Last year, fans and critics alike cheered on 3 inventive and ubiquitous pop stars, Sabrina Carpenter, Chappell Roan, and Charlie XCX. At the same time, Katy Perry's album 143 became one of the worst reviewed albums of the decade. Katy Perry stands. It's been 9/11 every day for them. New York called it a contender for the pop flameout of the year. The unanimity, was rather unsettling, but at least the acerbity was refreshing. Earlier this year, the rapper Lil Wayne's The Carter 6 earned a similarly hostile reception. Are we entering a more critical era? Rolling Stone has reinstated its star system. On the other hand, the Times recently announced its intention to move its cultural coverage beyond the traditional review. Last year, Condé Nast shrunk and rebooted Pitchfork as both a colleague and a friend of some of the people involved. I'm hoping for the best. Perhaps after the honeyed 2010s, music writers and their readers are rediscovering the pleasures of vinegar. This is an ongoing project. Even in the old days, critics were battling the forces of creeping niceness and not always winning. Music magazines combined reviews with feature stories and interviews, which tended to be friendlier. The same Rolling Stone that helped end Andrew Ridgeley's career was also infamous for giving indulgent reviews to veteran rockers. Not long ago, I stumbled on an unauthorized YouTube compilation of Statler and Waldorf's greatest hits. No skits, no songs, just 37 minutes of corny jokes delivered by 2 gray-haired Muppets who hated everything they saw, or almost everything. When I watched the clips in context, I noticed something I'd missed as a child. Although they mercilessly roasted the Muppets and the cast, they were careful not to criticize the guest stars, who were, after all, both guests and stars, and therefore doubly off-limits. It turns out that even a pair of fictional cranks can be seduced by the considerable power of celebrity, or perhaps constrained by the exigencies of having to book A-list talent for a weekly show. That's something I've talked about with like pop culture podcasts. You know that pop culture podcasts have gotten big, that the pop culture podcasters have started to really get into the world of celebrities when they start having less smoke, when everything is just very like, oh my God, I love them. Oh my God, they're amazing. Oh my God, this is the best movie I've ever seen. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. In one episode from 1978, the guest is Judy Collins, who sings an interminable version of There Was an Old Lady Who Swallowed a Fly. When it finally ends, the camera moves up to the opera box so the old guys can deliver their reviews. Wonderful, Waldorf says, glancing at Statler, and Statler agrees. Wonderful. Okay, so anyway, that is the New Yorker piece, How Music Criticism Lost Its Edge. And what else was I going to say? It's also like the conversation around who gets to be a critic and who doesn't get to be. And I have my issues with influencers and people whose entire role is generating quick viral content. I have my issues with them, but I also don't believe in gatekeeping, and gatekeeping has long been an element of, of criticism as well. But I think one thing the internet has done is it has changed the way a lot of people's brains work. And I think rather than engage with a piece of writing, a lot of people prefer just watching, that short-term type of content that they're being fed on their algorithm. And a lot of times too, because influencers have replaced the role that critics long had, and a lot of artists, a lot of their teams, their marketing teams, they will go pay an influencer to make a TikTok where they're just mouthing along to a song from the album or being like, oh my God, this is just the greatest thing ever. And so it only kind of reinforces, I think, people's it reinforces their very limited bubble. It kind of just is echo chambery. And so when somebody, if they come across something that is not that, there's this rejecting of it. There's an inability, but also a lack of desire to engage with stuff that's not like a short TikTok video. And I think that there are content creators who do great work. I would never generalize all internet creators as being as just being bad, being unable to produce anything that's thoughtful and feels genuine. It's just that a lot of them do, and there is a disadvantage that actual thoughtful criticism is at when it's trying to compete with short-term videos and reaction clips and memes and other things that just pop off on the internet, and entertainment gets prioritized overall. And it doesn't really feel like criticism in the true sense. It often just feels like an ad. It feels like an ad. But the problem, as I said, does not rely completely with the toxic stands out there. Media is just, traditional media is struggling, and these media organizations have, they are not prioritizing. They're not prioritizing something like having a robust, well-rounded team of critics. They just don't care, or they're ceding the territory to this new guard of digital critics. By the way, how are the reviews of Serena Carpenter's new album? I didn't see a ton of reviews. I saw a couple that were really praising the album. I didn't look deep enough yet to kind of see anything past that. It's crazy. Damon Albarn, lead singer of Gorillaz, a little while ago made a comment that could be interpreted as a slight against Taylor, and the Swifties went ballistic. It's kind of become a moment of infamy in the Gorillaz fandom. Yeah. Are there any fandoms out there who do acknowledge that they are toxic? And I don't mean every single person, but like, do they acknowledge that they are doing crazy shit? That they are unhealthily parasocial? Like, is there anyone? I feel like the Barbs have kind of reached a point where they embrace it, where they're like, yeah, we're psychotic. Yes, we will try and get you killed, and we'll love doing it. Which is not, of course, recognizing how evil and insane that behavior is. No, because then you're not a stan anymore. That's a good point. I don't know. I just get frustrated because I also feel like I have no room. Like, there's no room for me to say anything about major artists like Taylor Swift, while also I recognize attacks on her that are unfair. But it's like the second if I say something that is less than I don't know, it makes it seem like I'm a hater, then I'm like, you guys, I have defended Taylor Swift repeatedly too. And I mean, more so like defended. I recognize why Taylor Swift fans can get very up in arms, because I do see attacks on her that are unfair. But also I see the way that a lot of these stans operate, and I call that out as well. And then that's where we run into problems. And I think because quite a few people hate Taylor Swift just because she is so popular and because she has tons of, I think there's kind of the stereotype of a Taylor Swift fan being a white girl who loves autumn, who's like one of those autumn, you know what I mean? Like, what am I, like the Caitlin Covington type girls. I think because of the stereotype of Taylor Swift fans being girls who are very basic, love pumpkin spice latte and fall. Yes, people will hate on Taylor Swift fans and Taylor Swift because of this kind of perceived, you're just a basic girl, which is, that's mean. But also I feel like because of that defensiveness, people who don't care for Taylor Swift or who have smoke for the fans, and it's legit, they just get grouped in with the other haters. It's like, oh, you just hate her because everyone hates Taylor Swift. When it's like, no, clearly everyone doesn't hate Taylor Swift. She's so fucking popular. What do you mean everyone hates Taylor Swift? So many people are Taylor Swift fans. What? You guys are not like your fave is not some underground indie artist where you are constantly having to fight for the small community. She is one of the biggest artists in the world. And yes, people do unfairly hate on her and her fans, but also not every single person is going to like her music. Anyway, I do think it's not fair if you only call out Swifties and Taylor Swift, because there are obviously plenty of standums that are insane. People, I think, are terrified to even breathe a word in the direction of Barbs, because not just the Barbs, but Nicki Minaj, and then of course in the K-pop world, it's horrible. Like, the K-pop stan wars are terrible. Hate, I think hate is a strong word as well. I don't think every single person who doesn't like Taylor Swift or doesn't like these other artists says so from a I fucking hate them. Some people do, but I think I get the defensiveness, but I think the defensiveness is not always always accurate and is not always fair. And ultimately, at the end of the day, people, they like who they like. I don't think you can... I don't think I'm convincing anyone of anything or changing anything here. I guess ultimately I would just say we need to protect the art of criticism. We need to not be furthering this environment where stans have this much power. But also I fucking hate contrarians too. I hate people who are contrarians just to be contrarians. I hate people who hate something just because a lot of other people like it. I don't think there's anything wrong with something being popular. And if you hate that people like something that a lot of people like, I think you're probably an asshole. I think you are probably a person who prides themselves on not being like everybody else. And maybe you're a rarity who just has strange tastes that are very unique. But I think for the most part, there's kind of this nasty, there's like a nastiness around something or someone that is popular, and hatred for that being just the mere fact that it is popular. Like you're not engaging it on any other level aside from I don't like this because so many people like it. It's giving Dave Portnoy. It's giving Dave Portnoy, who set aside his whole weekend to watch a movie on his couch and then was like, I can't believe this movie was so overhyped. His criticism of Sinners was that a lot of people loved Sinners. And I know he's a dumbass and been a fucking asshole, but just using him as an example. Okay. God, I feel tired. I don't know why there are topics that I feel exhaust my brain afterwards. And this one I feel like I can say something and people are like, okay. And then I'll say something else. I go, no, hold on a second. Now you're going in a direction that I have a problem with now. Okay. I'm also not, I guess I love things, but I don't love them enough to be so passionate about to like endlessly defend on the internet. I don't know. I mean, I fucking loved Everything Ever All at Once. I did not care for people who were hating on it because it won a lot of Oscars and because a lot of people love that film. Because I went, do you have anything else and any reasons why? Because I'll listen to that. But I'm also, I don't know. It's one of those where I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to spend all this time just going to war on behalf of this film. People hate Babylon and all I'll do is encourage more people to watch it. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I got to move on to the next topic. Shook, thank you for the gifted sub. When you were a teen or younger, were you ever a stan of anything? I fear all my mental illnesses relate back to my early K-pop obsession. Was I a stan of anything? I've never been a stan. No, I have not been. I loved Celine Dion. I loved Broadway musicals. I loved a lot of things, but I've never been, I don't know. And at first I always wondered, like, is there something wrong with me that I don't have this I don't have a passion for something specific to a point that like I become an obsessive over it. There are like, I love movies. I'm obsessed with movies, but I don't know. There's not like an actor or a filmmaker that I will, that I like am so obsessed with to the point that I'll go to war against anyone who is critical of them. Yeah, no, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I was a Hillary Clinton stan. I guess, I would say, yeah, okay, I know we're joking, but in politics, I think because of it being politics, I think politicians that I in the past really believed in, I would, I think, engage in more arguments with people who didn't like them. Who were like, no. But I don't know. Ultimately, no, I don't think I've ever had a relationship with something or someone that got to a level of even remotely stan. And I don't know. I don't know. Okay. All right. I need to get to the next topic. I need to watch this video. An overlapping Venn diagram of people who inexplicably hate Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I mean, that's when I was like a fucking Democratic Party vote blue no matter who. Silly little lady.
A powerful liberal.
Okay, so speaking of politics, I'm going to stretch my legs too. We are going to talk more on the secret Democrat influencer funding programs that Taylor revealed in this piece in The Wired. Actually, no, this also relates into the conversation we were having, because I have seen a lot of people attack Taylor, not on the merits of her work, not on actually like breaking down and debunking or genuinely pushing back on the piece, but making it a personal thing. And that is troubling to me, because I have seen people who I know and who I genuinely, for the most part, like, and I feel as if we're all on the same side here, who are trying to wave away the reporting that she did in the Wired, because they personally have some beef with her. And I don't think, especially if you are a progressive content creator, I don't think that's good. I don't think that you should be doing that. I think everyone should be concerned if political commentators are not disclosing where their funding is coming from. It doesn't matter what side. And this is not a like, when they go low, we go high. And a lot of the pushback has kind of been the same. Oh, well, Republicans do it, and so that's why we need to do it on the left. You're not on the left, first of all. These creators who are being paid by this through this dark money funded program are there are differences, and those differences are noteworthy, because if you are a genuine leftist, you are not going to be paid through a program like this. They are not going to want to bring you into the fold and finance you, because what you are preaching, what you are what your opinions are, the things that you're saying to your audiences are in contrast with what the party is trying to push. And so I think that I think that just in general, you, no matter who you are and no matter what political, where you are in the political spectrum, I think you should absolutely be concerned and recognize recognize it being compromising and unethical to have political commentators who purport to be independent actually secretly getting paid by dark money groups. So it's not a problem look, political commentators need to make money, okay? It's their career. They need to make money. And so it's a combination usually of like subscribers, of donors, of your audience is funding you. Maybe you have some sponsors. You need to make sure that you are doing your due diligence on them. But this is different. This is dark money, and this is not disclosing that that's where your funding was coming from.
Dark Money Group is secretly funding some of the biggest Democratic influencers on the internet. And I got a hold of their contracts, payment terms, recordings of their meetings, pitch decks for the program, email and text messages between the creators discussing terms, company communication, and more. My story is out right now on Wired, and it's linked in the description below. But before we dive into the nitty-gritty details of who is secretly funding some of the most prominent Democratic voices on the internet, it's important to understand what's been happening over the past 9 years. In 2016, I was a politics reporter covering the election. I was traveling across the country, attending Trump rallies and talking to voters. And one thing that a lot of them had in common is that they had discovered Donald Trump and his MAGA movement on the internet. They were bombarded by his content on platforms like Facebook and Reddit and fed his messaging through a burgeoning ecosystem of far-right online influencers and forum admins. Online influence was central to Trump's rise and played a huge role in his 2016 win. On election night in 2016, while almost the entire mainstream media was huddled up in the Javits Center watching Clinton lose, I and a small handful of other journalists were across town at the Midtown Hilton where Donald Trump was.
The thing too is this strategy has not worked because the only people who are happily consuming this type of political content are people who already they're signed up. Okay. They are not the outsiders who the Democratic Party is trying to court. The reason that the Democrats, in their obsessive quest for the left's Joe Rogan, are funding these types of liberal influencers is with the goal of trying to do what the right did. They're trying to win over young men. They're trying to win back these voters that they've lost, or they're trying to win voters who maybe have never voted. And it's so ineffective. The reasons that it is ineffective is because it's entirely inorganic. They are 10 years plus late to this type of strategy. And so maybe this would have worked better a decade ago, but it's certainly not working now. And they are not appealing to people who already don't like the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party's status quo agenda. So if you are hiring influencers who are essentially just speaking along the lines of what the party's agenda is, you're not going to bring in those voters. You're not going to expand your base. The Democrats are at a 30-year low as far as favorability goes. And I don't know. I mean, this is just a hell of a lot of waste of money because they still cannot understand that fundamentally the issue is not with messaging. The issue is not with being behind as far as the social media game goes, that not having an alternative media ecosystem the way the right does. They have to fix their bottom line. They have to convince people that in fact they are not beholden to big dollar interests, that they are not the party of corporations and billionaires. They are the party of the people. And if they don't fix that, if they don't get better policies, if they don't start positioning themselves as the real working class party, which they're not interested in doing, then no amount of like paying Olivia Juliana is going to win. Brian Tyler Cohen saw both political parties doing corruption, the rest of the population being over how much corruption there is, and said, you know what, we need more corruption. Yeah, and like I fuck the Republicans. Okay, obviously. Donald Trump, I hope he's dead. The reason that he doesn't have any scheduled events this weekend is hopefully that he is dying. I will crab rave until I keel over the day that that motherfucker dies. But there are differences with how this liberal ecosystem is operating, and with a lot of who they are looking at as their counter figures on the right. And you can't deny that the Joe Rogans and these other podcast bros, they did not rise in popularity because they were parroting the Republican Party's talking points. Like, maybe they were, we just don't know it yet. But as far as being funded by the same groups that fund Fox News and the Daily Wire, they weren't. And so as far as this just more organic influence and power goes for a lot of these major figures on the right, it's not what the Democrats are trying to replicate here. The Podjons have chimed in. Oh, I already know what they're going to say. I already knew it. The Wired piece is wildly dishonest, and I'm truly surprised. Nobody is saying why. Here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. If Taylor and the editors and the lawyers and who, you know, everyone else who had to sign off on this piece, because that's how fucking journalism works. Taylor did not go rogue and report and publish this on her own, okay? Like, if you think that's what happened, you're either being disingenuous or you're a fucking idiot. Nobody is identifying. They'll just say like it's been debunked. How has it been debunked? Who's debunked it? You can't just say it's debunked. And they're also putting out like the same statement after a recent Wired hit piece, now fully debunked. When was it debunked? How was it debunked? No, you're not saying. You just keep being like, it's not true, it's debunked. False claims started circulating, and sadly, some people chose to unsubscribe from my website membership, Substack, or unfollowed on YouTube. That outcome is exactly what the author was hoping for when they put out a misleading and inaccurate article. If you want to support what I do, please consider subscribing. Aaron Parnas. Because of a recent Wired hit piece that has now been debunked, is the debunked in the room with us right now? Misinformation spread like a wildfire, and several people decided to unsubscribe from my Substack. This is what the author wanted. No, I don't think Taylor's intention with this was to have people unsubscribe from these individual content creators. It's interesting that these two posts from these two separate individuals sound very, very similar. Please consider subscribing to support my work today. Just popping in to say I know a memo-derived press statement when I see one. Okay, so as I was saying, if it's true that the Wired piece is filled with inaccuracies and lies, let's just say, like false claims were made, then where's the detailing of that? I have not yet seen anyone involved in this who goes through and then shows the evidence to prove the contrary. They just keep being like, no, it's not true, and then also confirming parts of it while trying to be like, it's not true. The video he's responding to says that she debunked that they were told what to say, immediately followed by saying how they had daily meetings where they were all told what the news had. I know, I watched this earlier. I know, it's and here's the thing about the Podjohns, okay? The Podjohns are probably the biggest liberal, probably the biggest like independent media liberal podcast out there. They are not the left's Joe Rogan. They did not, alongside all the celebrities with all their power and influence, have enough, be convincing enough to get voters to support Kamala Harris. They have not been able to save the Democratic Party. They have not been able to save America. And so, of course, Podjohn is going to jump in here and say that the Wired piece is dishonest and that we need to have this, we need to have a progressive liberal ecosystem because that's the only way that we win these elections, that we win back these voters. And he still doesn't understand it. This is a guy, the Podjohns are ultimately always going to be aligned with the Democratic Party and its agenda. And the thing that these people don't understand is that the problem is, as I said, the problem is not having a liberal ecosystem to match that of the right. As long as you are still parroting and you are still pretty much lock in step with the party, then people are not going to be interested. You have your fans, you have your audiences, but those are people who already have come to the table. You will not be able to bring new people in the way that you so desire as long as we're still serving up status quo shit. Thank you, KC Fusion. These motherfuckers were trying so hard to cozy up to progressives and wash their hands of Kamala's disaster by glazing Zoran, but they really let the mask slip and show how dishonest and sleazy they always were with this post. It's clear they're still mega corpo libs. Yeah, I mean, I have so many thoughts on this. I just have so many thoughts. And to clarify, as a political commentator, there's nothing wrong with being paid. You have to make money. It is your job. There are a variety of ways to make money, but it is difficult as a political commentator for the most part, especially if you are actually on the left. Now, this is problematic for a number of reasons, namely that we're talking about dark money. Dark money in politics, no matter what side it's on, is bad. We need to get dark money out of politics. Secondly, this is still something that I think is very frustrating to me, this kind of muddying the waters of what it means to be liberal, especially in the sense of you are very aligned with the Democratic Party versus being a true leftist. And there's a reason that the people who were picked for a program like this and the ones who've been getting paid a lot of money, like David Pakman, Olivia Juliana, are who they are. And I know that they are full of shit. And Brian Tyler Cohen and these other guys are trying to be like, I talk about Gaza all the time. It's bullshit. Okay. And we know it's bullshit. And we know that a reason they have been largely silent on the issue of Israel and Palestine is because they have to be to make sure that they can get this type of funding. Do you think people who are genuinely anti-genocide, who have been for the last 2 years plus, who have been advocating for Palestine, do you think that they're getting funded by dark money groups? Do you think the Democratic Party is going, yeah, these are the people that we want representing our interests? No. And I hate all these like anecdotal, oh yeah, well, I have a friend who, yeah, you know, they've spoken about Palestine and they were a part of this group. It doesn't change the fact that this is dark money, and that the most noteworthy names here are ones who have also notably been very silent for the most part on Palestine, and only started to say something once the Democrats that they are representing realize, oop, we gotta kind of soften things here. We gotta start, you know, we'll at least call it a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Like, oh yeah, let's make sure we get the kids food, blah, blah, blah. They're in lockstep. Like, I don't know. To me, it's not that difficult to see. And anyway, I'll play Taylor's video, but I despise that if you have criticisms of the Democrats, that then you get called like a secret Republican. You get called like, you know, you get called MAGA. And so leftists who have been critical of the Democratic Party are not going to they're not going to be a part of this. One, because if you're a leftist, you should not be taking dark money, but also because you are considered to be an enemy. That's the truth.
Camped out with his family and campaign advisors. I was in the room at the Hilton when Trump won and stayed at that event until 6 a.m. What was notable that night, and why I think that evening was such a watershed moment, is that when Donald Trump took the stage for the first time as the incoming president, he was surrounded by new media. That big party room at the Hilton was packed with MAGA influencers, far-right internet personalities, and popular online figures. And when Trump took office just a few months later, those influencers were there again. They all got together to celebrate the night before his inauguration at an event called the Deplorable. The event was a who's who of early MAGA content creators. It was organized by right-wing influencers Jack Posobiec and Mike Cernovich. Other online figures like Cassandra Fairbanks and Gavin McInnes were also in attendance. The Deplorable was held at the National Press Club, and a Peter Thiel associate involved with planning the event said, quote, "Doing it at the press club asserts that we're the new force in town." The whole night, and I was there, was about how MAGA influencers were the new media. Attendees vlogged the party and posted an endless stream of content to Instagram and Twitter. The Deplorable was live streamed on YouTube and the conservative live streaming platform Right Side Broadcast Network. When Cernovich spoke to the crowd, he talked about how the influencers had been able to seize control of the media through the internet. He said, quote, "We ran Twitter. The ground had shifted and media had been permanently upended. But back then, legacy media, and certainly the Democrats, absolutely refused to acknowledge it. I will never.
And a major reason for that is because of the wanting to maintain power and the majority of influence being that of mainstream media. These legacy outlets, they don't want to concede any power to digital influencers. It's bad for their business, for people who have made a name and a platform for themselves on the internet to start taking to start capturing attention. And yeah, so of course they were trying to gatekeep here and pretend as if, oh, you know, these influencers are a joke, they have no power, blah blah blah. because that was a threat to their establishment.
Never forget getting up on stage at a DC event in 2016 to give a slideshow presentation about influencers like Jake Paul and the entire crowd just laughing. Throughout the 2010s, the mainstream media continually declared that the influencer industry was dead, that content creators were just selfie-obsessed narcissists. Not a single mainstream media outlet had a dedicated beat reporter covering the content creator industry. Instead, legacy outlets declared this whole shift towards independent influencers as a fad. They refused to acknowledge how online influence played a pivotal role in Trump's win, aside from blaming Russia for buying Facebook ads. They ignored...
I mean, this just also extends across industries like the entertainment industry. My current manager, he was one of the first people to recognize the opportunity in the streamer world. So he, at his management company, which is a very established company in the entertainment industry, he kept pushing them to start a division to represent gamers, to represent streamers. And they were pretty much like, okay, you can do it, but we're not gonna like dedicate resources and a whole team to this. And he single-handedly grew the division at that management firm because he was right. And he was no longer works with some of this talent, but he was a guy who got in there and signed people who became some of the biggest streamers in the world. So it's just another example of how kind of legacy established companies and industries rejected the role that the internet and that digital influencers and content creators would come to have. Gamers are the most oppressed group of people in this world.
The MAGA movement's very real and very organic grassroots support online and acted like Trump's win was an anomaly. But the reality is that conservatives have been laying the groundwork for total online dominance for years.
Yes.
The far right began cultivating a personality-driven media ecosystem back
in the same way that they did with radio and then television. They have always been the first, and they have always seen the opportunity and then seized on it. And so they have spent decades building out these media, like utilizing whatever is the newest technology, how people are consuming news, and taking advantage of that.
Of talk radio in the 90s. And when the internet came along and social media began...
Flunky, I know. Trump is dead is trending on Twitter. Okay. Let me just say, I don't think it's actually true. But if it is true, can I please just say that I called it? We're not going to get excited. It is one of those that we'll believe it when we see it. Okay, we can laugh along, we can giggle, we can be like, he, is he dead? We believe it when we see it. I don't think he's dead. But in the let's just say that if it's true, I'm totally claiming credit.
And to really take hold in the 2010s, conservatives leaned in hard. Turning Point, a nonprofit that advocates for conservative politics in high school and college, was founded by Charlie Kirk in 2012 and quickly emerged as a de facto influencer network. Ben Shapiro founded the Daily Wire, which birthed a slew of right-wing influencers just a couple years later in 2015. Around that same time...
Yes, and here's an example of Charlie Kirk, okay? In 2017 or 2018, when Hassan debated Charlie Kirk at Politico. And all of me and all of Hassan's friends, we all went and supported him. Charlie at that point was making so much fucking money. He had already a ton of influence. he was very established and would only become more, would only become wealthier and have more power in the years since. And Hassan, at that point, he was still working for the Young Turks. He was making like $60,000 a year, to the effect that Charlie was shocked by that. And I remember him being so shocked. And I kind of think, looking at it, like, how are you not making more money? You're an idiot. Are you kidding? Look, I'm over here and I'm already raking it in. Like, isn't that funny? You only make $60,000 a year. So anyway, then of course Hassan started streaming on Twitch and then blew up on Twitch and, became rich from being a successful Twitch streamer. But I think what that shows too is that Hassan is one of the largest voices on the left, is the biggest political streamer. And yet at that point in 2018 or 2017, he was dwarfed in comparison to a Charlie Kirk. And there's tons of Charlie Kirks out there. And Hassan is one of the few people who's actually on the left, who has been able to break through in the way that most others have not. It's real. Stop it. You guys, stop. No, it's Liv. We're using a Liv Agar tweet. Stop it. Is Trump dead? Trump dead. Stop. No. 2 weeks ago. Y'all. Yes. Okay. Did JD Vance say something very strange and cryptic, like he hopes that nothing bad would happen to Trump, but if it did, that he's ready to lead? Yes. Have I tried to will into existence Trump dying? Absolutely. Does he have nothing on his schedule today and this weekend? Yes. Did he step out with all the foundation, the horribly color matched foundation on his hands? Yes. But I know we need to feel excited about things. I know we need a reason to celebrate, but we will celebrate when it happens. Filibuster, thank you for the 18 months. Heads up, thank you for the 26 months. Okay, it would be pretty crazy if I was live when the news breaks. That would be, I think it may be the most iconic stream of all time. Live reaction. Where were you when the Queen died? I was not really a streamer yet. I was not really a streamer. Okay. All right. We're going to continue on. If Pop Crave tweets it out, then I will believe it. I will believe it when I see the Pop Crave tweet. Somebody needs a subathon until it happens. I know. Hassan is in the air right now. Oh my God. It could actually be true then. It could be true. That is a point in the favor of Trump being dead. That is true. That is okay. All right. It's getting better. Okay.
I want to believe.
Still not there yet. Connor Eats Pants has confirmed it. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. This is where Hassan was when he found out the Queen died. At shit camp?
That's what Chat's saying.
like more than it would get.
Chat's saying, yeah.
Why specifically his gun? Is his gun like modified or some shit?
No, well, he brought his own gun. Like he has his special gun.
Can I use your gun?
Maybe you should all be against speed.
Why'd you laugh?
Chat, you baiting?
It's gonna fit now.
Tell us the queen is dead. Hassan, can we get a report?
No, it's just medical. The latest is still just breaking from Buckingham Palace.
Okay.
What's happened to my queen?
She's under medical supervision. She's gonna die, as you know.
She's gonna be fine.
No, she's definitely gonna die, but... Oh my god! She did die!
No, she didn't!
The royal family's official Twitter account said the queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The king and queen consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. Woo! Let's go! Get queen! Pack watch! Woo! Smoking on the queen pack. Here, have
It's
some.
so funny because no one else there gets it, right? Like they don't know why he would be celebrating that Lizzie's in a box.
Have
So
some.
they think he's just a maniac.
Have some of the queen pack. He's having some. Woo! Yeah.
Hassan, why is the queen's death ceremonious?
I mean, she sucks.
See, Myth is Myth goes. At least Myth asked, and he's like, "So wait, why is it celebratory?"
Monarchs. It's just like automatically bad.
Got it.
Like you don't even have to think like, you know.
I am dying laughing though, knowing that no one else understands the history of the British Empire, you know, the monarchy, and Hassan is over here whooping and hollering, and they're just like. They're just like, wait a sec. Zoil was memeing too, and Redditors took it so seriously. Redditors taking a meme seriously? No way.
You have to justify
Fork Fountain
like,
Kitchen.
bankers are kind of evil, or like CEOs are kind of bad. Like you don't even have to justify it. It's just they're literally kings and queens. They're awful. Slavery, colonialism, and the bounties of such awful endeavors.
Hey, you queen.
Can I try and shoot one
Of course, it cuts to Ludwig, Mr. French.
She seemed nice.
Alrighty, shut up.
She's
We need
so
to hold on
nice.
tight until we're done with paintball so Hassan can stream it.
Are you really that desperate to go stream the queen's death right now?
Yes. Are you kidding me? She's a semblance of she's literally a relic of the monarchy. It's like it is extremely my shit to dance on her grave unceremoniously.
Do you really? Clearly, they don't. They didn't know him at that point. That they would be surprised he would need to go cover that. New story from Donald Trump's Instagram. I'm alive, y'all. I needed some time to relax and bounce on dick. I'll go back to being president when I feel like it. Yeah, no, this is true. This is definitely true. Okay, people keep tabs on Popcrave. Keep tabs on Popcrave. That's when I'll believe it. Stop. Oh my God. Twitter is just filled with Trump died tweets. No, you know what's happening is enough people are making jokes, manifesting whatever, that if you don't know any better and you open Twitter, it's just Trump has died all over the timeline. Oh my God. I'm a journalist, so trust me when I say Donald Trump has died. No. Oh my God. The president who never works on the weekends and rarely works at all has no events scheduled this weekend. He has died and is dead. 79. He was a fucking kid. Oh, I'm not kidding you. Every other tweet is Trump died. Spoke to a reporter just now. She said, and I quote, "The president is dead. Donald Trump just fucking died." Oh my God. Oh, you know JD Vance is ready to swim himself in. Sarah, thank you for the 19 months. Still the best queen is dead announcement. Wait, I think I've heard. Yes. Wait. We listen to this. This is a classic. This is a classic.
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Not the bass drop. Yeah, that's just one of those you can't even beat that. Trying to like recreate that. I mean, it's so real and good. This is also
Good evening.
amazing.
As many of you are no doubt aware, Her Majesty the Queen sadly passed away earlier this afternoon, and we send deepest condolences to her family. Out of respect to Buckingham
Still the
Palace,
best Queen
all
is
shows
dead
are
announcement.
continuing to perform this evening. Therefore, tonight's show will be performed as usual and as written. There will be a minute's silence at the end of the curtain call, apologies, as a mark of respect. Thank you and enjoy the show.
I like that no one said anything after he had announced, like, yes, the Queen is dead, blah, 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 blah. It was just crickets from the crowd. And they're like, okay, can we watch it? Whoa, Blossom, thank you for the 8 months. Okay. Anyway, I want to get back to Taylor's video.
Gamergate, a misogynistic.
And if it's confirmed Trump has died, obviously we will change course.
Hate campaign aimed at driving progressive women out of video games and media provided a blueprint for how the internet could be weaponized by the far right.
Cannot.
Gamergate also catapulted the first generation of MAGA influencers to fame. The alliances that formed around Gamergate's participants, including Milo Yiannopoulos, Candace Owens, and other future right-wing internet stars, eventually metastasized into a sprawling network. In their book, Meme Wars, the writers Joan Donovan, Emily Dreyfus, and Brian Friedberg argue that Gamergate funneled an entire generation of young reactionaries to MAGA. Steve Bannon, who was central to Donald Trump's win, praised MAGA influencers like Milo for creating an online army that got turned on to politics.
VO. I can feel it in my asshole. He's gone. I'm just such a broken woman. Even though I have said over the last couple weeks that I think Donald Trump's going to die in the next year, I'm such a broken woman. I am. Oracle Bean, thank you for the 18 months. We pop in bottles. I know I should make sure to have champagne on hand.
And Trump. These far-right online creators and the groups of reactionaries who followed in their footsteps eventually came to amass enormous power and serve as the backbone for the broader right-wing media ecosystem even today. When 2020 hit and
I hate that the Podjohns, or at least Favreau's, disputing Taylor's reporting. It's not surprising, though. They're also really good friends with Brian Tyler Cohen. They always collab with each other. And because the Podjohns are also aligned with the Democratic Party. They are an independent media organization, and they are the largest in the liberal world, but they still maintain their access to, to high-powered Democratic officials because they're friendly to them, because ultimately they are part of the establishment. And it's why the Podjohns, they don't have motion. Do you think young people like Pod Save America, or do you think that millennial and older Democratic Party voters, people who already are, they're probably vote blue no matter who type crowd, who listens to them? Favreau hates Lorenz. He called her the most vile journalist working after her Luigi coverage. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing about the Podjohns too is they're not tapped into internet culture, even as they have tried to make some moves to kind of give off the appearance that they really are they're understanding the current zeitgeist. They don't. They are former Obama speechwriters who made a bunch of money forming crooked media and are quintessential. They're quintessential liberal establishment bros. Like, yeah, I mean, I used to listen to Pod Save America a lot. From time to time, I'll watch some of their things, like when I showed Mark Maron on the podcast when he was talking about comedy and whatnot. But it's not a surprise that the I call them Podjohns. I'm usually referring to Jon Favreau. That the Podjohns would be saying this. Emma responded and said, what specifically is dishonest? Hasn't Wired earned its reputation as a thorough and diligent publication with its excellent reporting on Trump, Doge, Epstein, etc.? Taylor said, yes, John, what is dishonest? There's a slew of misleading information in the video you shared, but ironically, the contract section she shows actually corroborates a bunch of reporting that's in the piece. And that's the thing that's getting me is like, no one who is calling this piece disingenuous and filled with false information is actually demonstrating that to be true. I will say Taylor has some crazy takes and sometimes goes a little wild on Twitter, but she's a great journalist. And as I said, if you have personal beef with Taylor, I know she has, I know there's always something going on, okay? I know there are a lot of people, even people who are on the left, who don't personally like her for whatever reasons. They've gotten into it, whatever. It's not my business, but I don't appreciate seeing people who personally don't like her engaging with this in the same way that these liberal influencers and their backers are. I don't think it's good to be dismissing what's factual in this piece because you personally don't like Taylor. I don't think you have to be the biggest Taylor Lorenz fan to recognize that she still does good work and that this piece in Wired is not something that she just did on her own. She is the individual reporter who is cited as the author of the piece. But if you think that there is not an editorial team, if you think that they didn't run this through legal, you're crazy. To clarify, I like her. There's just some, and there's, look, plenty of people who you can like and not agree with everything they say. I'm sure that goes for me too. You don't have to agree with everything I say. But I would hope too that if there were people who just outright didn't like me and that I put forth something that is like this. I mean, I'm not a journalist, so it's different, but it's like if you don't like a person, you won't engage then with any of their work. And I don't think that is I don't think that's a good thing. I don't know if you looked at it, but when we were going over Gia Tolentino in Discord, the Twitter thread that I found an archived version of didn't just say the accusations were inaccurate. They thoroughly demonstrated how the accusations were inaccurate. You can't just be like, this is false. You can't just say, this is untrue, especially when it's about something as big as this. You have to demonstrate why.
Pandemic forced everyone online. You'd think
and the problem too is because Taylor does have a lot of haters. A lot of times like smear campaigns against her, they are being manufactured by the right. And if you are on the left and you are then refusing to engage with her work and are falling for these smears, that she has a lot of enemies, and she doesn't just have enemies on the right. But I do think it's concerning to not Jasmine Crockett has come out against Taylor. This just means that y'all are becoming more effective than they'd like for y'all to be. Keep pushing and stop amplifying her bootleg story. I mean, Jasmine Crockett has had some. She's had some really awful takes, though. I shouldn't even just call them takes because she's not just. She's an elected official. Like, sorry to use the word takes. That's not the right term here. She's been shitty. She's been shitty on votes, on policies. So Jasmine for US just waited on my story to defend the influencers who did not disclose their dark money funding. I don't know how you look at this story and come to the conclusion of something other than dark money, no matter who is being funded by it, is bad. And when you are not disclosing that you are being funded in this regard, that is unethical. That makes you compromised as a political commentator. And then on top of that, this is an ineffective strategy for the Democrats. That's the frustrating thing, is that a lot of people who have been screaming about how the Democratic Party just doesn't fucking understand. They do not get it. They are giving Olivia Giuliana $100,000 a year. Why? Like, you might as well set a pile of money on fire.
The Democrats would have embraced new media. But after all coalescing around Joe Biden, it was primarily progressive and Democrat influencers themselves who banded together to try to get Trump out of office, with minimal support from the party. In late 2020, hundreds of Gen Z content creators joined up under the name TikTok for Biden and produced a steady stream of content urging young people to get out and vote Democrat. After Joe Biden won, he thanked this group specifically and told members of TikTok for Biden, which rebranded as Gen Z for Change, that they were integral to rallying support online and delivering him a win. Biden's White House attempted to engage more with influencers, especially in its early days. COVID had made everyone, including the media and even men in Silicon Valley who had maligned the influencer industry for years, realize that the creator economy was probably here to stay. But they still sort of treated it as a sideshow that was secondary to traditional media outlets like CNN and the New York Times. In 2021, the Biden White House worked with influencers to promote the rollout of the COVID vaccines. And in 2022, the administration began briefing TikTokers about the war in Ukraine. But soon, influencers began asking hard questions, especially those progressive Gen Z influencers who helped get Biden elected. When I was gonna go to the DNC, except then I decided not to go. I last minute was trying to get a press pass because I had not applied at the time, and then was like, oh, maybe I want to go. And Progressive Victory was willing to give me a pass. And then they were like, we'll just ask that you do interviews with candidates that we'll set up. And I remember specifying that I was going to be, I was going to be pretty hard hitting on the issue of Palestine. I'm like, okay, any interviews that I do, this is going to be a big part of the questioning. And it's not going to be softball questions. And yeah, I admit that. I ended up not getting any interviews. And so I don't know, maybe it was just I wasn't a big enough name, or they didn't want to fucking deal with it. Yeah, maybe in hindsight, wouldn't have told them that. I just felt like, I don't know. I just felt that I was like, okay, I'm going to be upfront on these are the topics that I want to discuss. Falsely declared that the pandemic was over in 2021 and started to dismantle public health and enact policies on COVID that were further to the right of Donald Trump. Disability justice influencers challenged him. And when Biden approved drilling projects that would devastate the environment, climate activists on TikTok fought back. Then, after October 7th, when Biden began manufacturing consent for a genocide.
Also, I was asked to do I had a couple sponsors during the election that were wanting me to go I don't know, travel to the Midwest or something and do shit for Kamala Harris. And I said no for a variety of reasons, but it's because I don't feel comfortable, first of all, taking money to advocate for a political candidate, because I think I just think that immediately compromises me. Even if it's somebody that I do believe in, and I had a lot of fucking issues with Kamala Harris. If it were like a Zohran Mamdani, I would still not be comfortable taking money to tell people to vote for this person, because I would just think that it would I don't know if I would be able to be free of that. I would still be controlled. Like that's a power that whoever it is that would be paying me to do that would have over me. So I get that political commentators need to have sources of income, and plenty of these names on the list, they make a good living. David Pakman is a fucking millionaire. He doesn't need the $100,000 or whatever he got from this group in order to pay his bills. Like, he makes plenty of money. But I know that for a lot of people, doing politics can be daunting, because not everybody, most people don't make that kind of money. And yet I think ultimately the issue here is if you are accepting funding, you have to be transparent. You have to disclose that. I'm not saying that you can't, for me, that was a personal decision of, no, I don't work for the Democratic Party anymore. I have way too many issues with the Democratic Party to be paid to go out and convince people that no, there's no problems here, you got to vote blue no matter who. Obviously I despise Trump, and the Republicans are fucking evil, but that was just a personal decision where I was like, no, I'm not going to accept money. But I'm not saying influencers can't get paid from advocacy groups or whatever, but first and foremost, you have to be transparent. I think that just goes generally. I think that's for any influencer. I think that's for anybody who has influence because they have amassed a platform, because they have people who they have people who are buying whatever they're selling. And so especially in politics, transparency is really important to it's the first step in not losing that in not being seen as just a shill. Yeah, you lose credibility. I just truly believe that you lose credibility.
Against the Palestinians, and sought to ban TikTok because it was allowing young people to see what was actually happening in Gaza. Content creators began asking tough questions of the administration.
What if Pac-Man just wanted a webcam?
Though, was to completely cut them off. The White House began leaving progressive content creators off invite lists and only working with milquetoast Democrat creators who towed the party line and basically never spoke out against injustice. Khalil Green, a history content creator, told me at the time, quote, "I have noticed that there have been a lot more events with creators at the White House, but the creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops."
Yeah, and so in that way, it's gatekeepy, just like these legacy media outlets were. So you can be alternative media and still be a gatekeeper, because creators who felt like they weren't getting invited because they weren't sufficiently pro-Biden enough, so they weren't going to have access to major political figures, like, they are being gatekept in the same ways that legacy media
them
gatekeeps.
Smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical.
Yeah.
Green said that
I don't take money from the Dems because I am still mad that they made Biden drop out. That's my president, baby. All right. He would have been killing it. I don't know what it is.
he hadn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns, told me that while the Biden White House once treated creators as independent media, after influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has to have Fox News no matter what. They have to allow all the media in. When it comes to influencers, the Biden admin only lets in people who agree with them. Anyone else who gives a little bit of pushback is not welcome. This picking and
also, to be clear, the reason, too, that liberal influencers and liberal politicians have said anything about Gaza at this point is, one, because of the public pressure, and two, because Trump is president. Do you think that if these people, Brian Tyler Cohen, etc., had been critical of Israel and therefore critical of the Biden administration at this time, like, they would have had access? No. It's okay, because especially if you frame it in a, Donald Trump is the problem here, then now it's you can do a little bit of coverage that's critical of Israel and still not be seen as still not be booted be booted by the Democrats.
Using and trying to control the influencer landscape had stark consequences for Biden. As I wrote about at the time in the Washington Post, in the first 4 months of 2024, nearly a quarter of top left-leaning
keep
content
linking me
creators
these
on
tweets.
TikTok posted anti-Biden content, according to Credo IQ, a social media analytics firm. Those posts collectively amassed over 100 million views. The majority of anti-Biden content was from young, non-white creators who were talking about how Biden and the Democrats were out of step with the culture and what most young voters wanted. According to a 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban, support the genocide in Gaza, lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas.
And the other thing is, like, okay, Brian Tyler Cohen fans, they probably don't give a shit if he's being funded by these types of groups, okay? If he is ensuring his continued access and funding because he's aligning with the Democratic Party's interests. They don't care, because they are also, they are also still party loyalists. But to other people who the Democrats and who these influencers are trying to court, they run away from this shit. Why do you think, too, that this, per Chorus's contract, these creators were told that they're not supposed to disclose it? Because if they are making it known that this is who they're being funded by, it's only going to make it harder to try and court voters and, to court an audience outside of their base. I wish Hassan wasn't so easy on BTC, but that's his biggest downfall. Here's what I will say. I think Hassan is in a unique position compared to the rest of us leftists on Twitch, in that he's the one who's at the top. And so he, I think, tries to exercise more caution to not totally alienate himself from the rest of the commentator world that is center left. And I recognize there's kind of more of a looseness that you can have when you just don't have as many fucking eyes on you. And I think he tries to, I think his point is he's not trying to be like, we are your enemy. In fact, it's the opposite of, you treat us as the enemy, but we're not your enemy. But you have to recognize that the Democratic Party is dead. And they have to, there has to be a complete overhaul, or else they are just going to continue being dead. And the voters in this country deserve something better than the status quo. It's not enough to not be Donald Trump. You have to, like, I think he doesn't want to come across as super antagonistic, because also there may be people who, you know, it's not just those on the right that he's trying to de-radicalize, that he's trying to bring over. It's also like liberals who are tired of the party's failures, who yearn for something more and realize that the left flank is not the big bad. So anyway, I know you might be like, damn, he goes really easy on these people. I think it's because ultimately he's like, this is not, Brian Tyler Cohen is not my enemy, and I don't want him and these other liberal influencers to think that we are theirs. So random, but I'm scrolling Instagram and your English teacher Travis Kelce tweeted a focus of a meme account with 24 million followers in my suggested for you section. That's funny. Even other more leftists mention how much they appreciate what Assange does, even if they have gripes with him, Rhizome, Cinemarxism, etc. You guys, this is not, stop. You're just, I'm going to start yeeting you out of here. I'm going to start yeeting you all out of here. Stop it. Stop. I've seen David Pakman make socialist but sells merch comments on Hassan's Instagram. Yeah, he's annoying. I don't think Hassan cares for him. I don't know. I am also don't want to speak to his methods entirely. I will just say I do recognize that someone like me, these people don't fucking know who I am. I don't have relationships with them. I'm not like I'm not saying that if I were bigger, then I would suddenly not have smoke for them. I just, I am not the left's representative. Do you know what I mean by that? I am not the person that has to deal with a lot of the unfair heat on how leftists are such a thorn in the side. Leftists are this, leftists are that. I don't know.
Gas drilling projects, among a slew of other issues, made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats. When Kamala Harris became the nominee after Biden dropped out
guys,
in late July, things didn't.
I just spilled my fucking drink. I am only 10 minutes into this video. I am supposed to game with Sam in 20 minutes. The math is not mathing. I want to, this is important. This is very important. I want to try and watch more of this before I told Sam that I would game with her. Everybody chill.
Prove much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy
I am not doing it on Zoomer speed. I'm not doing it on Zoomer speed. My brain does not work in Zoomer
totally
speed.
backwards. Rather than capitalize on the momentum that she had initially amassed
Shaggy,
from
thank you for the
progressives
tier 1.
online, the campaign shunned left-leaning content creators in favor of more controlled media appearances. They sought to crack down on online speech and blacklisted content creators who had criticized the administration or Joe Biden. The Democratic National Convention in Chicago initially accredited over 200 creators under their Creators for Kamala program, and even
Watch
placed
this
some
with
on the
RE5
convention
in the
floor.
corner.
But the Harris campaign and Democratic establishment only admitted influencers who were already extremely loyal to the DNC. Instead of embracing a wide range of creators on the left, including progressives, the Democrats built a tightly controlled echo chamber. The campaign once again blacklisted influencers who interviewed members of the uncommitted movement or spoke out about the war crimes that the Democratic Party and Joe Biden had sanctioned. Several high-profile content creators had their access revoked mid-convention. Hassan Piker, the largest and arguably most culturally relevant influencer on the left, was initially invited to the convention, but after he interviewed delegates from the uncommitted movement, his access was revoked on stream. This approach alienated younger voters who increasingly get their political news through authentic, unfiltered online voices. And it revealed a deep misunderstanding of how cultural legitimacy is earned in the digital era. The content that was produced under this strategy flopped hard. Harris's Call Her Daddy interview, which was heavily promoted as this major moment to reach young audiences, was stiff and felt scripted. Instead of viral moments, the campaign had centrist Democrat influencers with no organic audience repeat sterile...
Yeah, Kamala went on Call Her Daddy. They had Taylor Swift making Biden cookies, or maybe that was the last election, whatever. Some of the biggest celebrities in the world, and it still didn't work. It still did not work. And rather than actually understanding why, they just keep being bullheaded here and going, no, we just have to we got to have liberal influencers like Joe Rogan. We got to have a bunch of Joe Rogans.
Avoiding the issues that people actually cared about. Meanwhile, Harris passed on opportunities to meet audiences where they were truly engaged. She bombed so badly on a potential appearance on Kareem Rama's Subway Takes that the video didn't even get posted.
God.
She also failed to land an appearance on Joe Rogan. The Democrats funneled resources into glossy but lifeless content that just did not resonate with anyone outside of the DC consultant class. The DNC lauded Beltway-adjacent safe content creators with small audiences while dismissing genuinely influential figures on the left. The result was an influencer strategy that completely squandered cultural capital and reinforced the perception.
Why didn't it get posted? Because it was so bad. It was so bad. They ignored these 30-plus polls showing Kamala needed to stop the genocide to win. They chose to lose and continue the genocide. It's simple. Yeah, and also because the Democratic Party is obsessed with control, and they are only going to work with influencers who they have that control over. They don't want anybody who is going to be a, who's they look at as an issue because they're not aligning with they're not in lockstep with the party.
That Harris was a manufactured and out-of-touch candidate. Throughout all of this, Trump was busy endearing himself to millions via freewheeling conversations with popular live streamers and podcasters. He went viral on podcasts like the Nelk Boys, Full Send, and Theo Vaughn. On November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris lost. Trump won the popular vote, and the Democratic Party's abject failings could no longer be ignored. McKenna Kelly, a journalist for Wired and undeniably the single best reporter covering the intersection of politics and the internet, memorialized the Democrats' failed strategy in a 2024 piece titled, quote, "The Year the Democrats Lost the Internet." Media Matters founder David Brock, a staunch
The campaign was bad, and she is a bad candidate.
Democrat, told McKenna, quote, "The floor has absolutely collapsed with the Democratic Party's brand online. People who don't care about politics don't like us. People who care about and work in politics don't know how to represent us. We are seen as completely out of touch, and as more folks turn to unconventional methods to get their news and media, we are set up for a colossal failure going forward without a strategy shift." For months, leaders of the Democrats, high-profile donors, and liberal political figures bemoaned their lack of support online. The Democrats were finally forced to confront the reality that the media landscape had shifted. In an article I wrote about Trump's win for The Hollywood Reporter, I found that by late 2024, by nearly every metric, legacy media was in decline. Average monthly unique visitors to websites for the country's top 50 newspapers declined 20% to under 9 million in the fourth quarter of 2022. According to ComScore data, the amount of time people are spending consuming legacy media content is getting shorter every single year. The influencer economy, however, is skyrocketing. It's set to surpass $500 billion by 2027, according to a recent Goldman Sachs report. In 2023, 30% of consumers trusted content creators more than they did 6 months ago, according to a report by Sprout Social. And since that report was published, the numbers have only ascended. Rather than confront the wildly unpopular policies that the Democratic establishment continues to cling to, liberals convinced themselves that they only had a messaging problem. They began crowing online about how Democrats simply needed a left Joe Rogan. Quote, "Liberals need to build their own Joe Rogan, somebody who can speak to the people that he speaks to," the Nation's Ellie Mystal posted on X. The lesson that many
my God, remember this? This time period where all of these people were tweeting the same thing, and that thing was the left needs a Joe Rogan. Then every mainstream outlet was publishing pieces about how the left needs to find a Joe Rogan. We have Mr. Beast. Yes, we have our Joe Rogan on the left.
Taken from their stunning loss in November was just more podcasts. A slew of DC political consultants, many with zero experience in the influencer industry, recognized an opportunity. Soon, organizations began sprouting up and soliciting millions of dollars from donors. The billionaire and millionaire donors that Democrats are so reliant on were seeing headlines about the party's failed influencer strategy, and they wanted to put money towards changing that. But they also had no clue about how the internet works.
Yes.
The mainstream media, as usual, only made things worse. Instead of accurately explaining to readers that the Democrats' platform itself was the problem, traditional news outlets convinced a lot of rich people that if Kamala Harris had simply paid the right Twitch streamers or done a podcast or two more, she would have won. So it's into this climate that these
I just heard someone say the left's Joe Rogan is Harry Sisson.
nonprofits and consultancies start to emerge. One of the most high-profile ones is a nonprofit called Chorus. Chorus launched with a splashy profile in the New York Times, written by journalists Shane Goldmacher and Ken Bensinger. Chorus billed itself as a nonprofit advocacy organization and creator-led hub, dedicated to helping independent media figures expand their reach and push democratic policy. Chorus also positioned itself as a quasi-newsroom, akin to what conservative groups have built on the right, but for liberal creators. According to a pitch deck that I obtained, Chorus claimed that it wanted to change how progressive content creators operate by providing ongoing stability, resources, and support.
Okay. These political commentators are not appealing to people who are looking for things other than politics. I know that sounds confusing, but all these people on the right who call themselves free thinkers, apolitical, lifestyle type creators, they have amassed huge audiences, especially with young people, because those people don't want what they perceive to be explicitly political content, especially content that reeks of the establishment. Donald Trump, yeah, I know he's a fucking phony, okay? I know he's not a populist. I know all these things, but he was still perceived to be an outsider. Even in his second election, he is the anti-establishment. He's the outsider. He talks shit all the time on the Republican Party, and he might be dead. Hopefully he's dead. If he's dead, we will throw a fucking party. But Trump changed the party he made it in his image. He never kowtowed. He never presented himself as like a party candidate. And so a lot of people then who were drawn to him, whether they were podcasters or podcasters audience or just people who found Trump on their own, they were drawn to him for reasons that the Democrats just still can't seem to understand. Someone is not going to, like, someone who listens to Joe Rogan is not then going to go to someone like Brian Tyler Cohen and go, actually, you know what? This is the guy. Brian Tyler Cohen has a big audience, but they're the people who listen to Pod Save America. It's people who listen to The Daily. He, who's one of the bigger names here, is not able to reach a broader audience because of the way that he does political content, and also because it's just the whole vibe, the whole vibe.
Report that legacy journalists and conservative commentators count on. I'd love to know how legacy journalists have that kind of support, but that's another issue. Chorus said that it would, quote, leverage the tenets of its cohort to help creators hyperscale their audiences and break through across platforms and genres. It also said that it would, quote, recruit, train, and support.
Yes, Timmy, it is the same type of thing when DC tried to rush their DCU and skip to the big superhero team movie instead of building out like
high impact content creators who want to elevate essential issues and bring news into the cultural space. It would do this through financial support and shared resources like studio space, editors, researchers, bookers, and legal and fact-checking services. Chorus boasted that the brand was able to amass 50,000 followers on social media accounts and that it had already attracted at least 4,000 donors to support its mission. From the beginning, it was clear that Chorus was tightly aligned with the Democratic establishment. In January, Chorus bragged that the organization was the first to host a, quote, creator-led forum for the Democratic Party chair candidates. That same month, Chorus announced a partnership with Impactual
Kithlin,
LLC,
thank you for the 10 months.
A centrist Democrat consulting firm with deep ties to the Democrat donor space. The content creators that Chorus initially touted as being part of its founding group also included several holdovers from the Creators for Kamala days. But as Chorus's fundraising deck made it around to donors, it also ended up in the hands of some big-time talent agents and managers that represented or knew some of the less pro-establishment creators featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge, and other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to raise potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising deck, the faces of several influencers were also featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath a giant donate button. Users who clicked the donate button were taken to a fundraising page that read, quote, supporting Chorus means supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversation. But donations made via that page did not go directly towards the creators pictured.
And the thing is that these donors, they don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't understand this at all. So it's really easy, in the same way that Kamala Harris's consultants made millions of dollars. They don't give a fuck if she wins or loses, but they make a lot of money either way. And so you know what? Actually, I've figured out my new grift. Since grifting to the left doesn't work, I'm going to grift to the center left. I'm going to become a lib again, because I'm going to go to these donors and be like, look, give me a lot of money. And then I'm going to create this program where I will find you not just one Joe Rogan of the left, but 10. And I will make a lot of money doing so, and nothing, you're not going to win. But at the end of the day, I'll be laughing all the way to the bank. I am Caroline from Liberals again. Yes. Because these donors don't get it. They don't know. They have been promised that a Joe Rogan of the left will be procured, that the left is going to create an ecosystem to rival that of the right and win back, win elections. They're going to take it back. Take it back. Did you watch the Glenn interview? I watched like half of it. I love Taylor's energy towards him in the beginning. Wish I could talk like that. Definitely admirable.
Influencers featured on Chorus's website were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations.
I'm gonna sell Will Neff
without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came together quickly on a few Zoom calls with creators after November, and we've been running at full sprint since then. As a creator, I would never want to put another creator in a difficult position for any reason, and we removed Kat when she asked.
Can I also just say that to people who are like, this is a hit piece, like, part of doing ethics in journalism, your due diligence as a journalist, is you reach out to people who you are citing in the piece, that you don't just write about them without first asking for comment. And that's usually in the form of, we are working on this piece around, your company and these reports that we've seen. We'd like to ask you for comment on this. Like, it's basics, okay? It's really basics. Not everything is a fucking hit piece just because you don't like what's in it. And so they had the opportunity to, they knew that this was going to be coming out. Taylor has written about Chorus in the past. She has tried to talk to Brian Tyler Cohen in the past. And so now they are relying on their fans, on their supporters, on their allies to call this a personal hit piece, to denigrate the reporter behind it, which is Taylor Lorenz, so that they don't actually have to engage with the substance of the piece. Yeah.
Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator who was featured on Chorus's website below the donate button, said that the company must have just taken an image of her off social media. She said, quote, I did not even know that I was on this website. I am not financially tied to them at all. V Sphere, known as Under the Desk News, who has over 3.6 million followers on TikTok, told me, quote, I'm not in any collective at all. That's my problem with the way it went down. I don't think anyone should be pitching me other than me. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media. Chorus's effort to act as a bridge between creators and political leaders ruffled the feathers of influencer management companies and talent agencies as well, whose job it is to negotiate opportunities for their talent. Representatives for big-name creators told me that they felt like Chorus was luring their clients with promises of access to political leaders, quote, then they go to a bunch of donors who don't know anything about the creator space except that we need a left-wing Joe Rogan,
what I just
and
said.
They raise money from them.
That's what I just said, and that's why my next business idea is going to be grifting these donors.
These are dollars that belong to the creators, the marketer said. Another representative at a major Hollywood agency who asked to remain anonymous told me that Chorus, quote, has no respect for how the entertainment industry works. They think they're smarter than the agents and the agencies. You can get away with that in the short term, but they're going to get the party blackballed. There are only so many times that agents will allow some middleman to take ad dollars from our entertainers before they're like, F these people. And they're getting very close to that. After I reached out to Chorus for comment about all of this back in April, Chorus sent an email blast out to the creators in their network reading, quote, some reporters are reaching out to creators about Chorus, and it seems with not great intentions. To me, this set off immediate red flags. As a journalist, anytime you reach out for comment about something and the company or organization immediately starts smearing you, especially when they're bad-mouthing you to people who have nothing to do with the story, claiming that you have not great intentions, you know that there's more to that story. Let me just also...
Dems really resent the base they have. They want to force their base to conform to narrow centrist politics. Republicans understand and embrace the fascist politics of their base. Dems revile any progressive politics and thus sought to curate to a list of paid influencers that reflect the base they wish they had rather than appeal to their actual base. They treat the left flank as their enemy. As their true enemy. Look at how they have reacted to Zoran Mamdani. That will tell you everything you need to know about the priorities and where the party stands. They have done nothing but relentlessly attack him, and then give bullshit answers as to why they won't endorse. Cory Booker was like, I don't involve myself in between giving speeches on the congressional floor. He's like, I don't involve myself with races outside of New Jersey. Oh, really, Cory? You're full of shit. Who else recently was like, was it Hakeem Jeffries who said, I'm not going to endorse Mamdani because I worry that then more incumbents will be primaried by progressives? It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's so frustrating the way that the left is treated as the actual enemy of Democrats, and you should recognize what that says about the Democratic Party.
So say that claiming journalists whose job it is to challenge power, investigate wrongdoing, and report on news happening on their beats have some sort of bad intentions is really poor form. The job of a journalist is to be annoying. It's to piss people off, and especially to piss off people in power, and to hold organizations to account. So I kept digging and talking to creators. I spoke to several creators who attended an early chorus activation at the Capitol for Trump's joint address to Congress. The influencers were brought to the Capitol by Chorus to create content promoting Democratic messaging. It was marketed to the liberal content creators as an opportunity to interview members of Congress. But when they showed up, it became apparent that Chorus hadn't actually booked interviews for anyone aside from Brian Tyler Cohen, who co-founded Chorus. One creator who attended the event told me, quote, it was essentially go to the Rayburn building and go trick-or-treating for interviews. It was so embarrassing, and it didn't put us in the position to make good content. After knocking on the doors of lawmakers' offices unannounced, the group of creators was able to generate content that ultimately garnered over 53 million collective views. But afterwards, they were asked to submit that content that they created to Chorus in order to get their travel costs reimbursed. This irked the creators, who felt like Chorus now wanted to use their content to put into a deck in order to show the Democrats who hired Chorus how successful their activation was, when in reality, the creators say that they received little to no support. vSphere of Under the Desk News told me, quote, it was Chorus's first test as a collective, and I wasn't there, but it didn't look like it went so well. Creators made good content, but they would have made that content without Chorus. Through a spokesperson, Brian Tyler Cohen responded to me saying, quote, while not everyone who went to DC with Chorus had the same experience, this trip led to dozens of interviews and posts that generated an audience more than 50% bigger than the speech itself. I'm proud that an organization only a few months old had that kind of impact, and we're iterating so the experience and our reach can be even bigger next time. But a few months later, influencers began reaching out to me again about Chorus. They told me about a new creator program that the organization was recruiting people for. I was interested, and so I started digging. Before long, someone leaked me a private group chat where dozens of Democratic political influencers were discussing whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. As I write in Wired, the influencers were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract, which was sent to them from Chorus, came with some major strings. The influencers in the group chat debated the details and whether or not to try to collectively bargain for changes in the contract. Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Columbus, Ohio, with over 884,000 TikTok followers, asked the group, quote, should we send a joint email, or are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Eliza Orlins, a public defender and reality TV star, posted, quote, any Newsies fans here? We're a union just by saying so. A reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle @WomenInAmerica, posted in the thread, quote, reading through this revised Chorus contract like, you win some, you lose some. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, laughing face. But the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Erin Parnas, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite, posted to the chat, quote, I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest, in regards to the contract. Quote, they aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. The influencers who made up the chat have millions of collective followers and are some of the biggest names online posting in support of the Democrats. In the end, the majority of creators in the chat
It really is a Gen Z for everything.
I found out that the secretive program that the influencers were discussing in that chat is actually a massive new initiative. The goal of this new influencer program is to try to tip the balance.
Are you too progressive for them? Where are your Dem donor Oilers? Yeah. Yes. But also, you may have missed my newest business idea, which is that I'm just going to go directly to the Democratic donor Oilers and pitch them on being able to be the person who creates the liberal ecosystem to rival the right. And I'm going to take all their money and then present Will Neff and a video of him talking about how he died from self-sucking and be like, there you go. But ironically, this probably has more influence than if I were to, I don't know, pick one of these liberal TikTokers and be like, yeah, here you go. Here's what you should talk about.
Of power on the internet towards the Democrats. And the program is being funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund that is working with Chorus. The 1630 Fund is distributing as much as $8,000 per month to influencers. The program kicked off last month, and the creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Rather than launching the program as a public-facing initiative, however, where creators could openly and transparently use the funds to invest in their businesses, the program is being run in secret.
Yeah, you know, so true, Max. Unironically, how you would get the Joe Rogan of the left. Do you think a Joe Rogan of the left is there's going to be
subscribe Kwan hard.
There's a better chance of creating the Joe Rogan of the left by putting up someone who's like, hey, yeah, this is how you suck your own cock, or someone who's like, in today's news, Donald Trump slashed the FDA's budget or whatever. Come on. Come on. A Joe Rogan of the left is more likely going to be somebody who is, ranting about something in the superhero world while making jokes about showing Hull.
Me that if they were even so much as to acknowledge they were part of the program, the contract stipulated that they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially.
And one reason that whenever Will does get political, it hits hard is because he's not a political commentator. So when he's doing like common sense, hey, trans people are people, deserve rights, don't be a fucking asshole about it. Oh, wait, Austin Show. Austin Show. Doing it for free. Austin Show doing the work for free. He found out everyone else was being paid, was like, excuse me, what the hell? Anyway, Will is the type of person who, because he has not explicitly positioned himself as a political commentator, when he does make political comments, his it has a different type of influence. And like, Will definitely has more people in his community who are not explicitly leftists in the way that they are in this community or in other communities where more political commentary is done. So anyway, God, I remember the first time I saw this clip and I just was dying.
Influencers included
laughing.
In communication and an
I don't think Christian. Wait, was he there? Wait, he was there.
Boarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund include Olivia Juliana,
he's in the back.
the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the DNC last summer, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, Sander Jennings, a former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, Lauren Pietra, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for the Occupy Democrats, and dozens of others. According to copies of the contract that I obtained, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or thus functionally that they're being paid at all. Here, I'm just going to quote a bit directly from my Wired piece, which is linked.
You know, another example I think of is how both Candace Owens and Brett Cooper became more successful after they left the Daily Wire, and how the Daily Wire, which is very much a part of like the establishment Republican Party, and they are paid by, they have the same fucking big donors. The Daily Wire has been in decline, and the Daily Wire is being replaced by these, by like sources that are alternative to the Daily Wire. And because also Candace and Brett have like repositioned themselves as, no, I'm a pop culture, you know, I talk about pop culture, less politics and more just, let's talk about what it means to be a real American. But yeah, the rebranding there has also been crucial to their explosive success. You know, that Chorus Party got weird vibes. You know, the Chorus Party has at least 5 people who have tote bags that say, I'm still with her, and not ironically.
Below. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus and the 1630 Fund about a financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help, quote, expand their reach and impact, creators told me.
It's also funny because a lot of you are like, who the fuck are these people? Where did they find them? Yeah. You all, for the most part, you're like tapped into, you're more tapped in, I would say, than the average person to the political content creator world. And I think it is I think it does say something that a lot of people are like, who the hell are these people? Which speaks to them, yes, maybe being successful, maybe having a couple million followers on TikTok, but having a very specific audience. And they are not branching outside of that. You know, I know a couple, they ain't worth an 8K a month, in my opinion. These are creators on the other side of the internet.
Following the initial outreach from Chorus, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations within the contract. According to copies of the contract, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. One creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named told me, quote, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with Chorus. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to have to give that to them. The contract also prohibits standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will, quote, not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program, quote, without Chorus's prior express consent. It also forbids creators from, quote, disclosing the identity of any funder and gives Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, told creators on a Zoom call that I obtained a copy of, quote, there are some real advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers.
Yeah, that part I had a real
paid for
issue
by
with.
blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. your names aren't showing up on reports filed with the FEC. I reached out to the Federal Election Commission about all of this, and
and my thing is too, even if this was not implemented 100%, because I've seen some people be like, oh yeah, well, I know people who are part of Corey's Creator Program and that never happened, blah, blah, blah. It still is something that it's in the contract. This was what these creators signed up for. Like, they legally agreed to this. So whether or not it was, yeah, cool anecdote, bro. Whether or not it was actually enforced, I still think makes this unethical, and it makes it, you lose credibility that you're signing on for something like this.
Declined to comment. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through liberal political wins. The caption read, "Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling."
I also think some of them are genuinely naive. I do too, and I get that. Like, if you're an up and coming content creator and you're like, I want to, I am so scared about Donald Trump and what his administration is doing, and I want to start making TikToks and talking about that. I get that it's overwhelming, like it's daunting, and to have, to have a mentor, to have someone who can show you the ropes, and also to have funding. That's okay. That's okay. It's the lack of transparency, and it is ultimately the inclusion of the dark money element here. So that's what the major problems
There
are.
is zero disclosure from any of these creators on this post or others that they are part of this program or accepting money from the 1630 Fund. Elizabeth Dubois, Associate Professor and University Research Chair in Politics, Communication, and Technology at the University of Ottawa, who's researched ways that influencers are reshaping the political system, told me for Wired that, quote, "We are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best." Dubois added in my article for Wired, quote, "Sometimes it is actually clear that influencers are being used to, for example, evade spending limits. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages." She added that political orgs and dark money groups are increasingly, quote, "using this information environment in a way that allows them to circumvent transparency safeguards." For my Wired story, I also spoke to Don Heider, the chief executive of the Marcella Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. He told me that the restrictions outlined by Chorus and the 1630 Fund violate ethical norms. He said, quote, "If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window." And this is the part that really shook me too. As an independent journalist and content creator myself, I think that trust is so absolutely important. With big public media companies, we know where their money is coming from. And with influencers, we should know where their money is coming from too. Of course, a lot of influencers post undisclosed sponsored content. And I reached out to the Federal Trade Commission also about all of this. But yeah, I just think...
And I fucking hate that, okay? If you are an influencer, as I said, no matter what your content is, if you are essentially doing an ad, you're being paid. If you're not being transparent with that, you're a piece of shit. Now, especially in politics, where this is some serious stuff here. Not being transparent with your funding is not, oh, well, the right does it, so we should be able to do it too. No, this lack of transparency, these issues with the issues with how our political fundraising and disclosure systems work is awful. It is bad all around. And this kind of is reflective of how people view the Democrats and them embracing right-wing policies like around immigration and crime in going, well, the Republicans are doing that too. It's like, for the Democratic Party to be a real opposition party in this country, which they are not, they cannot be doing what the Republicans are doing. And that is also reflective in the fact that they are losing elections. Even if it was completely legal, it erodes trust. Yes, a lot of what happens in the world of political finance is legal, but it doesn't make it right and good. It's fucked up. I used to work in political fundraising, and there were a lot of things that, it's all by the book here, and that did not make it ethical. That did not make for an actual strong democracy.
Terms of journalism.
There was one race that I was a fundraiser. I was a fundraiser for a candidate in a race, and essentially we just outbought. We just outraised our opponent, but it was all from like the same source. We just finagled how the funding came in to ensure that we were adhering to campaign finance guidelines. But it was fucked up. Like, it was really fucked up. It was for it was like a water reclamation commissioner role. And it was screwed. Like, the person that I was raising money for, the candidate, was not qualified at all.
Integrity as a content creator covering news and politics, you should be transparent about who's paying you. For instance, say you're watching one of my videos and I'm suddenly talking a lot about the Democrats, how they're the future and how they're amazing and how we all need to vote for them and support their failed policy agenda, blah, 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 blah. Then it turns out that I'm actually getting paid tens of thousands of dollars from the largest and most powerful Democrat dark money group. It seems to me that that's the type of information your followers or audience have the right to know. And I'm sure creators will say, oh, but Chorus never told us explicitly what to say. And sure, maybe they didn't write out exact lines for you, but the creators who joined this program are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins, according to a Chorus representative's comments on a Zoom call that I obtained.
Also, I'm sorry, but just from a standpoint of, if you are a content creator who does news and politics, and you are getting that all from a daily meeting, from, oh, here's the agenda of like, here's the news to cover. The fuck is wrong with you? Your job is to be on top of the news. Your job is to sort through and go, this is what I think, this is what I want to cover. This is what I think is important. That's what you do. Okay, I, as a Twitch streamer, I do that every single day. Now, I cover more than what's happening in just American politics. I obviously focus a lot in the world of film and pop culture, etc. But I do that every day. Every day I sit down and I think about, what do I want to cover here? I'll parse through my variety of news sites to see different stories. Maybe it's a continuation of something I've covered. Maybe it's something new, blah, 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 whatever. But that's your job. That's what you do. I don't have anybody controlling what it is that I cover here on my stream. It's all my decision. It's like a liberal version of what Sinclair Media was doing with local news stations. Yes, when they all had the exact same fucking script and were like, blah, 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 blah. There's a clip of like there's a stitch of Sinclair owned local media, local news stations that are just word for word saying the same thing. No, Caroline, you don't understand. They won't benefit from, or they pay these creators $8K a month so they can attend training sessions and have someone tell them to buy a new mic.
Those messaging check-ins are led by Brian Tyler Cohen on rapid response days, and the creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans often with lawmakers. And again, I just have to say it again, because even if Chorus never explicitly told any of these creators to take down specific content or that they weren't allowed to say certain things, I still think the fact that the contract itself doesn't allow for transparency shows that this is not an ethical agreement. Mm-hmm. We should know who big Democrat influencers are taking money from. So let's talk a little bit about the 1630 Fund, which is funding this whole initiative. As I wrote in Wired, the 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in Democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals.
Sometimes twitchy,
The
thank you for the 4
organization was
months.
first founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups like the Koch network. And since Citizens United
Looking
and
for the
Trump's
RE5
presidency,
messaging check-in
money
today.
flowing into the
Yeah, I just texted
organization
her.
has soared. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 liberal causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according.
Well, I'm the biggest liberal cause there is, so I expect some of that will come my way. I love that people don't like the Democrats because of the big money and institutional backing, so they decide to do it in a sketchy underground way as if it's going to make people trust them more. Yeah, and seeing a lot of these people scrambling now, it's just so, it just makes you roll your eyes into the back of your head. It's like, did you really think that this was not going to get any attention? Also, you had at least some awareness that Wired was going to be putting out a piece on this. Did you hope that people would just not care and that they would look at what the Republicans do and go, yeah, but they're so much worse, and therefore that would lend legitimacy to this?
To a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million to groups aimed at helping defeat Trump and flip the Republican Senate majority, according to the organization's public tax filing, which was first obtained by Politico. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the 1630 Fund's
yeah,
revenue.
And then why aren't they paying creators directly? Why does this have to go through a middleman? Why does this have to go through a group like Chorus? I know you probably get this a lot. I do, because of Mike from PA. But have you ever considered running for any sort of office? Another question that I have is, who do you think would be a better senator or campaigner? You will never son. When I was younger, I did. When I was younger, I was voted most likely to be president in my high school superlatives, and that was a title, that was a superlative that I carried with pride. And then things just changed in my life, and I have a lot of things that I want to do, a lot of things that I care about, and right now that is not running to be an elected official. Just saying. Can you run and give the mods $8,000 a month? Yes. Now, who would make a better senator or campaigner? You, Will Neff, or Son? Will Neff would be a better set. I mean, a better senator, like, or campaigning. I mean, Will. I'm gonna say Will. Yeah, he would be a great politician. He would allocate all taxes onto the Jets Super Bowl run. Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God, I don't know what to do. He will just constantly say things to me, and I'm like, am I supposed to react to that? Like, we were in the car and he just goes, "Ah, no!" And I went, "Oh my God, what happened?" And he so-and-so just got traded. This is like, can you fucking believe this? And I never say anything because I don't even know who the hell he's talking about. And I'm like, I never know. Are you talking to me, or are you just saying this out loud? I don't even know who that is. And then today I happened to have a wedgie at the same time that he was telling me about Micah Parsons' contract being like as much as Jerry Jones bought the Dallas Cowboys for, or something like that. And he said that, and the way I responded was, "Can you please hold Farley's leash? I have a wedgie." And he looked at me as if I had just slapped him in the face. I said, "I can't help it that in this moment I do have a wedgie, and I have to address that before I can address this other thing that I don't understand. But anyway, yeah, it's very sweet, but also funny how he'll still tell me these things that are happening in football in a way that he's almost expecting a response, but I also don't know if he's expecting a response because he knows that I don't know or care. So I just usually don't. I'll just kind of. Often it's silence. Often it's silence, and I don't know if he notices. But I think it's sweet. I do. Now, I will say, on the reverse, I will also do this, and he does not give a shit. I'm a little disappointed in Caroline giving this lady a platform. I'm not giving this lady a platform. First of all, Taylor has a bigger platform than I do. Second of all, I'm covering this piece that I think is very important. Taylor doesn't represent our side very well. Your bias in your friends is showing. Well, I think maybe your bias in not liking Taylor Lorenz is showing. I said, I don't give a shit if you don't personally like Taylor Lorenz. I think if you're not engaging with the merits of this piece, you're not engaging with the substance of this piece that nobody, despite saying it's been debunked, has actually debunked. I think that's a problem. I do. I don't care if you don't like Taylor Streets in this house. Taylor Lorenz is a goddamn hero. No, but seriously, chatter, I think it's really important that you don't let your bias against Taylor stop you from engaging with what the piece in Wired was reporting. She is a journalist, okay? She is a journalist, and this piece was in a reputable outlet, Wired. They've done a lot of good reporting, and I think that this is important stuff. And also, people who are shitting on it are resorting to personal attacks against Taylor, and I think that's because they can't actually push back on what is in the Wired article. So I always see it as a red flag when a piece of journalism is not what people are engaging with, and instead they are making ad hominem attacks. They are choosing to try and kind of distract people, I guess, from the substance of what's been written, and hope that the personal attacks are effective enough to be a good distraction. So I don't care if you don't personally like Taylor, to just repeat what I had said. I don't care, but I do care if that is keeping you from actually like good faith engaging with the article in Wired.
In 2023 alone, according to its tax filing, the largest donor to the 1630 fund.
Yeah, it is very. Nah, for real, the criticism by the Demfluencers is awful. They talk about how Taylor's bad and hated. No one in any substantive way has refuted the 1630 PAC funding. Everything else is ad hom, and their word against Taylor's, and I'm inclined to believe her at the moment. Yeah, and the thing is with Taylor, she has a lot of enemies. She has a lot of people who do not personally like her. However, that then means that she is an easy target to try and discredit her good work because of the many personal problems that people have with her, whether for legitimate or not legitimate reasons. You know? I think there are definitely a lot of people in communities who disingenuously attack her. And all I will say is I think you always need to examine people's motives. So look at what communities are aligning with each other to attack a person. Hassan, I am much better friends with Hassan than I am with Taylor. I've known Hassan a lot longer. He's my boyfriend's best friend. There are still things he says that I take issue with, but I also recognize that a lot of times his haters, whether they are on the left or the right, in joining together and in bringing their communities together to attack him as a person and not actually engage with what he's saying, I think that should always be a red flag. Where if it's also specifically on the issue of Israel, right? If you are aligning with groups that are pro-Israel, and they of course are going to have they're of course going to they're going to be incentivized to attack creators that are anti-Israel. Those are the types of things that you need to take a pause and go, okay, so I'm aligning with this group that is attacking this person for these reasons, and therefore I am maybe susceptible to a smear campaign that is not a genuine, that is completely disingenuous, a smear campaign. Can we also just acknowledge the misogyny that the left does not treat female influencers the same as they do men? I mean, I've talked so much. I've talked a lot about issues in leftist spaces. I have talked about issues like misogyny and racism and other bigotries that if we don't identify and call them out, will only continue to proliferate. They will take hold, and it's like a mold that just spreads. So no, I don't think the left is infallible. I don't think leftist creators are infallible. And I also, though, am a person who is able to separate when attacks are genuine and when they're not genuine, even with people who I don't politically agree with. All the time I say I'm not cool with racism and misogyny if it's being directed at someone on the right because we hate their politics. That doesn't then give you the right to create these permission structures. What the fuck? Why did I set an alarm for 10:07? I don't know. Sometimes this happens where I texted Sam. I was like, I'll be ready soon. She said, take your time. I'm pushing perverts into the pool. I was like, okay. And then I got distracted with this. I don't know. No, this happens all the time. I'll have random alarms go off. I'm like, why? What did I set that for? What did I do? The fact that people defend dark money in politics just because they hate the woman reporting on is crazy. Yes. Dark money should not be in politics. It does not matter what side it's on. If there wouldn't be, but if there were dark money funding leftist influencers, I would be like, that's bad. It wouldn't happen just by virtue of what actual leftists preach and believe in. But if that were the case, that should also be called out. And especially if the leftist influencers were not disclosing that. Okay, so anyway, as I was saying, no, this is not my biases. This is not my like a pro Taylor Lorenz bias that's having me, coloring my opinions here. And I'm not platforming somebody who has a bigger platform than I do and also published a fucking piece in Wired. What are we talking about? And Taylor is a great journalist. I have learned a lot from her reporting. She has also been on top of this shit for a lot longer than anyone else. Taylor has been writing about internet culture. She's been writing on tech, and a lot of these things that people are 10 years late to. So she is someone who she has been online for quite a long time and writing about trends and specifically about the differences between the Republican Party and Democratic parties' understanding of alternative media. She gets this. She's been writing about it for a very long time. You said that there were things Hassan says that you take issue with. Can you give some examples? I have called out blind spots that he has. We all have blind spots. But I don't I don't like how he has covered certain cases in the Hollywood world. And then when he is not effectively covering something, when he's not, I think, doing his due diligence like he does for a lot of his other coverage, then it gets dismissed as like, oh, that's just celebrity gossip. Amber Heard's trial, Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. Like, I think most people who covered that, I mean, a lot of people didn't really end up covering Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, but Amber Heard, they certainly did. I think they did a really poor job, and I think it contributed to a lot of harm. I don't like this idea that this kind of stuff, this pop culture stuff, is not relevant, is not to be taken seriously. So, I also don't really... Look, this is just me, okay? This is just a me thing. I don't like the bro culture. I get that there's the whole thing of, oh, I work out and I'm just like a cool, normal dude, but also I'm a leftist, and all these guys on the right who are telling you these horrible things. You don't have to be a person who cares about working out, who cares about fitness, and then also be a right winger. I'm just not a bro. I'm not part of bro culture. So as a woman in these spaces, I'm personally just kind of exhausted by it, and it does feel like it feels like it can get cliquey. So that's just a personal thing. I get how it can be politically expedient, how there can be value to that. But yes, as a woman, and more importantly, a theater kid, I don't feel like I belong in that world. And that's why I'm trying to be over here creating my own world, my own space, because I know not everybody fits in that vibe. And I really don't like boys club type vibes, even if it's people whose politics I agree with. I just am like, man, Especially on Twitch, where men dominate the platform. They do. They dominate the platform. There's so many male viewers, male streamers. It's hard for women to... it's hard to succeed on Twitch in general, but it's just so dominated by male content creators. And so it can be frustrating to feel like you're on the outside of a boys club, whether it's whatever space on whatever corner of Twitch it is. He definitely tries to use those aspects of himself as a way to cross over and change certain young men's minds that are susceptible to going the other way. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, I fully recognize why those are the tactics he has taken. But I will also, I call Will out on shit too. It's okay. So anyway, long answer to whoever asked that question, but in just my own personal life as well. This is not stuff that happens on stream, but like I will call out my friends and my boyfriend if I'm not liking the vibe. if I'm not like down with how, let's say we're talking about women or whatever it is, it's just the kind of thing that it's keeping your friends in check. It's keeping your partner in check. I would expect to, if I'm doing shit that people around me don't like, that they would keep me in check as well. Yeah, I mean, I the whole Zoran lifting weight story, I just did not like in general. I didn't like people who were ragging on him for only lifting 135 pounds. I just don't like that's, who gives a fuck, okay? Why is this being talked about? Anyway, as someone who just started lifting weights too, 135 pounds is good. I lifted the bar for the first time and I went, this shit is heavy. All right. This shit is heavy. Only a true leftist if you can bench 200. Yeah. Some people just like cardio. All right. Anywho, I hope that whoever asked that, if they were asking it because they don't believe that I have any disagreements with anybody else on the left, if now they get that I do. And even if someone is a friend of mine, that doesn't mean that I won't take issue with whether it's stuff on stream or if it's stuff that's not on stream. And whoever also came in here and was, I'm sure they're not even fucking here anymore. Just smoke for everyone. No, I also don't want to be presented as someone who's like, I hate everybody. I got smoke. I'm going to call everybody out all the time. That's not my vibe. That's not the vibe I'm trying to curate. I'm not trying to be the person who's like, oh, you step out of line, then I'm coming for your ass. Like, I really don't try to give off that vibe. I don't want to be a person who also, I've never wanted to be a content creator who generates who generates content in the form of like always attacking other content creators, whether I am more aligned with them or not. It's just never been my MO. So healthy disagreement is essential. And I think too, being in a position of power, having influence, I think it's important that if you're not checking yourself, which you should be, that people around you are checking you and just being like, hey, be aware of, just being aware of the influence that you have. It was me, and I'm fully aware that it's not possible to agree with people 100% on everything. I don't agree with you or Hassan on everything, but still respect you both. Okay, well, Pixie, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to yeet you from this community. You have not sworn fealty? Excuse me? Oh, well, now you're going to have to go. Sorry, I don't make the rules. Except I do. I do like how Hassan covered that Zoran thing, since he does lift and made it a point to say how these things don't matter at all. Yeah, I think that's important, right? Especially it's like if part of your vibe, if part of your aesthetic is working out and talking about how great working out is and blah, blah, blah. It's good to kind of like people who you're influencing in being super pro lifting weights of going, hey, by the way, don't be a weirdo about this though. Don't this is not important. This does not matter. Pop Ace has tweeted, you're shitting me. No, this isn't true. God damn you! Now is not the time to be fucking around. Pop Ace tweeting that he's dead or nothing. I don't want anything else. I don't want anything else. No. Girl, 10 people will be spam. I know. Oh, yes, I know. I know. Oh, God, I'm on edge. Okay. I'm freaking on edge. I'm. Dexter Tanox has the real news. Donald Trump has. God, this is just too much. Donald Trump has. You know what? There's only one way to know. You got to ask Grok. At Grok, has Donald Trump died? At Grok, is Donald Trump dead? If Grok says it, then it's true. Maybe he just wandered off. They can't find him. Maybe he wandered off in the way that Biden did that one time where he just wandered off into like the jungle. He did a little press thing and then he just turned around and started walking away. Maybe Trump and Biden are together. Chat, it happens at the end of this video, but all your fake tweets are deleting it or delaying it. That's true. That is true. Oh, Concuss, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
Gave the group $50.5 million, with others donating $31 million, $21.8 million, and $13.6 million. And the way the organization is set up, because it's a dark money group, we have no idea who these people are. We have no transparency on the organization itself or what goals these funders giving tens of millions of dollars want to achieve. Robert McGuire, the research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, told Politico, quote, "Altogether, this is absolutely one of the largest fundraising machines I have ever come across. I am really struggling to think of any other group, especially recently, that could rival it." The 1630 Fund is powerful, and it's extremely intertwined with mainstream Democratic establishment politics. Chorus is described in contracts that I obtained as a project of the 1630 Fund. Dr. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist, spoke to me for Wired. He told me that the type of program the 1630 Fund and Chorus are seeking to run has, quote, been happening in the right wing for ages. Yes. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 Fund and Chorus program raises the question, quote, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? This sort of secret funding has been happening on the right for a while. Last fall, a federal indictment...
ethical to match the tactics of your opponents. If it's something like redistricting, go for it, because they are fucking Texas up as we speak. So if that's how it's going to go, then that's how it goes. Wish that wasn't the case. This, though, I don't think is the same thing, because I think this speaks to inherently the problems with the Democratic Party, which is that they are beholden to their corporate and billionaire donors. So dark money is a major issue in politics because it does not actually lend itself to a fair and free democracy. When corporations and billionaires are the ones who are buying elections because they have all of the money, then democracy, a fair and free democracy, the will of the people being enacted, cannot exist. You may have the idea of a democracy, but when you have a small group of people who are have the politicians and power in their pocket, then the will of the people is not being reflected in our political system. So that's why I don't care who it is. I don't care what side of the political aisle you're in. And this is not matching the tactics of our opponents. This is only doing more of what is broken in our system.
Revealed that the Russian state-sponsored media network RT was secretly providing millions of dollars in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers, including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024,
and remember how we all were like, hello, look at them being paid by
The
Russia.
Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000 on work with Creator Grid Inc., an influencer marketing company whose website says it, quote, connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers. Democrats have long criticized the role of dark money groups in politics. Trump and the Republicans have repeatedly refused to openly disclose paid financial partnerships to the public. But now it seems like the Democrats are seeking to replicate this dubious system, but use it to push pro-Democrat messaging. And let me just be clear, I wouldn't have as much of a problem with some of this funding stuff if it was going to actual impactful.
Okay, Kate Cheery, thank you for the 14 months. So we did not get to the end of the video, but it's 10:30 and Sam is calling me. So we'll either finish it or I think you got the gist. Where the fuck is my Discord?
Trump has died.
Hello?
Oh, hey.
Did you hear the news?
I just read rumors that Donald Trump has died. What are your thoughts? Do you think it's wishful thinking?
Well, hold on a second. I'm going to mute myself. Hold on.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, Thrillex. I don't get why the left is more intent on preventing Dems from winning than on fighting fascism. If that is what you think is happening here, then you are falling for liberal propaganda. Liberals, the Democratic Party does view leftists as their biggest ops. Now, what does that tell you? That they do not view the Trump administration, the Republicans, as who they need to snuff out. And no, this is not team sports. So we hate fascism, which is also why we don't like the Democratic Party's policies that are fascist, like their policies on the border, like immigration, how much they have moved to the right on, because they are trying to match the Republicans. If you're okay with that, then you're okay with fascism. I don't know what to tell you. So, no, the left is not intent on preventing Dems from winning. The left wants to remove fascism from all parties in this country. The left does not want billionaires and corporations, which fund both political parties, to have power in this country. We do not want them running our democracy. So that is why when Kamala Harris aligned herself with billionaires and corporations and changed her tune and had Mark Cuban out here being like, yeah, I'm in control of what's Kamala's agenda, we went, no, because we want a party in this fucking two-party system that is actually an opposition party. And when the Dems are not proving themselves, either due to incompetence or because it's because they're not actually the ops, when they are showing that they are not the oppositions, then we call that out. So no, it's not wanting to, it's not, as you said, like this insistence on preventing Dems from winning over fighting fascism. The ultimate goal is fighting fascism. The ultimate goal is to create a system that is not being run by corporate overlords. So when you have both parties being funded, being beholden to the same interests, then that is a broken system. That is a party problem with our politics. Okay, anyway. Okay, I'm back. Hey, sorry. What were we talking about? Trump is dead? Woo! Trump died. Okay, here's what I will say.
My name is Mona. Come on, girl, say it double. Mona.
Here's what I will say.
I heard that you were kicking somebody's ass.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to... Hold on a second. I need to mute again because this is annoying for you. Thrillex. Yes, the Republicans need to be defeated. Look, I agree. But do you recognize that the Democrats lost in 2024? The Democrats lost in 2024 because their policies, their agenda did not win voters. So to defeat the Republicans, we cannot offer people the status quo. We have to be radically opposite. You can't defeat the Republicans by saying to people, oh yeah, we're going to be just, we're not Donald Trump, but we're going to be the same as what you've been getting. Kamala Harris said, I'm not going to be any different than Joe Biden, who was like, one of the most unpopular presidents of all time at the end there. She said, I'm not going to be different than him. I'm just going to have a Republican in my cabinet. And then she brought Liz Cheney around as like her campaign buddy. And anyway, so I respect your take. All good. I like your streams. That's why I'm like I'm not trying to, be a dick here. And I don't look at you as someone who's the enemy. I'm trying to explain, though, that you can't beat Republicans, one, at trying to play them at their own game, and two, by not offering like an actual populist, like real progressive agenda, because people they've reached a breaking point, and it's not only what we need to do, it's what people in this country deserve, and they deserve they deserve so much better than what's being offered up to them. Okay, anyway. All right, I'm back. I promise I'm back for real. Okay, wait, so Trump dead.
Hold on, I'm coming back.
Trump is dead.
I'm coming back. Okay, I'm back.
Trump has
All right.
died.
Sorry.
Waiting for a random political chatter to pop up in Sam's chat, and she'll be like, hold on a second, Caroline. Where's the guy who said you were sucking Hamas's dick?
Yeah, man, where are you?
Are you okay? Do you need a minute? Do you need to mute?
Mm-mm.
Okay, you good?
No, it's a hiccups. It's gonna just happen for a little bit and then it'll abruptly stop.
Okay. Yes.
Do you have anything good? God, okay, you know what I hate? Old games do this. I think new games maybe do it. If you sit in the menu long enough, they decide to do like a cinematic. And it's like, nobody asked for that. Like if I'm idle on the menu,
wait, no,
it's because I'm fucking off.
That's happened to me so many times with this Resident Evil game. I've had to watch the opening of it like a million
cinematic?
times. Yes.
What's up?
What?
How the hell are you?
Good.
How's the news today?
The news today, oh my God, you guys, I still have not gotten to covering the AI division at A24. This has now become the comedy roundtable that I have talked about every single day that I'm going to cover it, and then I never get to covering it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, well, basically that story there is like A24, which of course has kind of been the premier, independent auteur studio, is forming an AI division, and people are pissed. Of course,
that's kind of
Is
that yucky?
Should I just mute again and do that whole story?
No, I want to hear it now. You just gave me
no. I'm not going to cover it right now because I have
myself.
I have like a video of Daniel Kwan, who's talking about like AI and blah blah blah. Anyway, that was not the news of the day. The main news of the day was covering the story about, about dark money funding these liberal influencers and yada, yada, yada. And so a lot of people have thoughts and opinions, and I'm tired. I'm honestly, I've reached the point of being done talking. I'm done.
So what you're saying is that a nice relax from the horrors of the world would be to try to go up against that bug guy
I forgot about
crashed
that.
out.
No, I'm gonna be pissed, but for different reasons.
Sometimes it's good to be pissed at something else. Like we could have bugs. We could have big bugs. Okay, can we get it off of our plates? Do you think Trump died or not?
No, but obviously I hope that. And also I have been kind of planting some seeds. And by that, I mean, I've been saying I think he's going to be dead in 6 months to a year. And so if he does die, I will take credit for manifesting it.
Okay.
But
Did you see that person
unfortunately
on TikTok that was like August 26th,
no.
10 a.m. Really?
Wait, I did have
There's
an
this
alarm.
person on TikTok that was like August 26th, 10 a.m. Mark my words.
What?
And people, and it got like
But didn't
millions of
say-
views, and people were like,
said nothing else?
well, I mean, they said that they were like, that's what's going to happen. And then we haven't seen him.
Okay, you know what's weird is I had an alarm go off that I don't remember sitting, and it went off at 10:07 tonight. What does that mean? Was that the death bell?
That might have been the death bell.
Okay, it would actually be fucking insane if he did die, and
that would be crazy.
If
And
it
you couldn't
happened,
prove it, because like, how would you prove that happened?
how would I prove? Because it was on stream.
Oh, wait, that's cool then.
I'm pretty sure you can hear the alarm. I don't know why I had this alarm. 10:07 p.m. That's so random.
What's the craziest like phenomenon thing that's happened where you've been like, I don't know how to explain that?
Craziest I can't explain. Oh God, I have to think. I've definitely had
I can
them.
tell
really
you
need to
mine.
think.
Will you think that I remembered the other day? This may be not the craziest one, but this is one that I thought about the other day when I was driving because I saw a bat.
Okay.
I was driving once. This is in my hometown, and like I knew it wasn't a big town, so I knew like every street, everything.
Okay.
And I'm driving down the road, and I look over and I see this kind of like Victorian style house that I like was like, oh, I haven't noticed that house before. I look up out of the chimney. It's like out of a fucking Halloween Christmas card. Whatever.
I'm
bats.
sorry, a Halloween Christmas card?
All cards are Christmas cards, and then there's others. So it's like birthday Christmas cards.
I
Doesn't matter.
understand
Whatever.
now.
Move on. So there's like a big, just cloud of bats come pouring out of the chimney, and I was like, whoa! It was crazy. There was thousands, like literally, like in a movie, you know,
yeah,
out of the chimney. And I tried to turn around, but it was on a one-way street, and so I had to go like down, turn, go back, turn, come back around the block, because I was like, I've never seen that house before. Like what the heck was the deal with the bats? Like I want to go see. Turn around, came back, and I was like, I think the house was right there. No. And then I was like, fuck, maybe it was on the next street over. Maybe I fucked up, went 2 streets, went back, couldn't find the house, went back around, was doing loops around this street. Couldn't find the house.
What?
Never saw that house ever again. Every time I drove past that street, I was like, that is where that fucking house was that the bats came out of the chimney. And I don't know where it is now.
Whoa, a ghost
and I've always
house.
thought about it since then, where I've been like, I never saw it ever again. Went down that street, would tell people about it, be like, did you ever see like, there's this one house, I don't remember what it looked like still, but it's like, I was like, and, you know.
Ooh.
So weird.
Ooh.
Anyways.
Filibuster. 10:07 alarm, 10/7, October 7th, due condom hummus. Is that what that meant? Okay, I have no, the only thing I thought of is like really fucked up. So I need to think of something else.
Okay. I also went to the museum today.
You went to did you go to the Museum of Death?
No, it was the Museum of Jurassic Technology.
Oh, you went by yourself?
No, it was Scootish.
Oh, fun. How was it?
It was pretty good. Like, to be honest with you, museums are tough for me because my attention span is pretty
ADHD?
short.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll start reading something and I'll be like, I don't care about this.
Wow.
And then basically if it's like looks grotesque or like weird, I'll stay. Like there was one room where it was just a room full of like superstitions. So it would have like
Ooh.
a display, and then it would say like, this is, you know, like just a bunch of different like kinds of superstitions and stuff. And that room was cool. All the other rooms I kind of got bored though. But they did have a courtyard with tea and cookies.
That's nice. Sounds like a nice day. It's driving me crazy because I feel like I have multiple stories to answer your question, and I can't think of anything. You guys have to stop coming in here and saying, is he gone? Oh, no, I thought you said he is gone. I thought you said, Caroline, he is gone.
You just put a big text on your screen that says, unless you have proof, shut the fuck up.
I did almost put in my stream title, Trump died. But then I went, because I've done that before. I've done that before. I've said he's
mix
dead.
our titles so I could put a TUPDE and then you put the other letters and they have to watch both of our streams to put it together to figure out.
Okay, yeah, that's clever. Wait, okay, so I'll go T. Are you doing a space?
Mm-hmm.
So you go R.
Okay.
I go U.
Yeah.
You go M.
Uh-huh.
I go P.
Mm-hmm.
You go D.
Yes.
I go I. You go E.
Yep.
I go D.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want an exclamation point?
Sure. Why don't you do it, actually?
We can both have one.
Yeah.
I think this would call, I think of multiple exclamation points.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay, mine.
Maybe you do exclamation point and then I'll do one.
Oh.
And then we just alternate.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Haha.
Yep. God, we are funny.
Oh, a weird thing happened the other night where some asshole, Will and I, we were driving back from Paranormal Detour. And this asshole was speeding down the highway and like cutting people off. And we watched him go by and I go, every time I see someone like that, it is a moment where I do hope to hear the sirens of a cop that has caught them speeding like that. I said, sometimes it happens. And right after I said that, we saw the sirens and a cop on the highway was like going after this person who was going 100 miles per hour. Isn't that crazy?
It's crazy.
Isn't that crazy? Also,
That's
wait,
nuts.
my stream title says "tupid." Tupid.
Yeah, it's
That's
fine.
so tupid.
Mine looks silly too.
Yeah, okay, y'all. I'm pro cop in that way. I'm a copper now. I'm a cop fan. I don't know what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Man, life's crazy. I'm just playing in the sand.
No, I thought you were gonna say the sirens of an ambulance. No, they died a fiery death.
Mm-hmm.
No. Wait, did you bait me into writing "tupid"?
No. What?
Did you know?
Did I know what?
That it would be "tupid"?
I don't think so.
Okay.
You know I'm not that smart.
You've got your moments.
I'll change my title eventually. I will. I promise.
Wait, you didn't change your title?
I don't.
Hold on, I'm pulling up. What the heck? Wait, your title is RE5 with CarolineKwan. She's very sick?
No.
Why am I sick? Like, sick as in cool?
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, I just tagged myself in my title. I do this all the time.
You should leave the title.
No, I've done that before. And then people will be like, why did you tag yourself? I go, I don't know.
You should, and then tag me, and I'll tag me.
Okay, final. I can't believe you didn't change your title. I look like an idiot now.
No, you look stupid.
I look stupid. I know, I'm out here raw dogging my stupid title. I really thought we were doing that together. I feel tricked. I do. I feel bamboozled.
Bazinga.
No. Okay, all right. Let's open this stupid ass shit and lose to these bugs.
All right, fine.
God
Jobbers,
damn.
thank you for the 6 months in advance.
She was laughing the whole time. I'm sure she was.
Just a silly little guy. Can't a guy have a prank every once in a while? Sheesh.
Sure, she was laughing at my expense.
Laughing all the way.
Dude, I swear you were the first person to play that water park game. I'm gonna give you the credit, even if you weren't. And now everyone's playing it.
Actually, no. Sammy Hankster Girl, I have to give her credit.
Okay.
Came into my chat and she was like, "Oh my god, this is the game we played." And then I was like, "Wow, that sounds like a great game." I played it the next day, and then one of my community members developed a mod to make it Twitch integrated.
Oh.
And I think that might be the catalyst. People are gonna start catching
I was
on.
gonna say everybody's doing it now.
I wonder if there's other Twitch integration mods, or if Keywords is the first one.
And now Ray is a seagull in the game. She's lent her seagull abilities.
I want to. You know what? One of my dreams is to be in a game that becomes popular. I don't even care. Maybe a freaking bug. Maybe a roach. I don't care.
Maybe like the bugs in this game.
Maybe a freaking
Would you
little
be one of
bug.
these?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to send me an invite.
Oh, that's right. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, let me start. God, this game is like so loud in the menu.
I know.
Okay, let me get into the game. Play game. Continue. Okay.
Do you want to join together as well?
What?
Come together. Right
I
now.
have to get into the game, and then I have to invite you, and then I have to restart the level.
Yeah,
It's silly.
this is what happens, is that you have to do all the things.
Sierra offered a character in the water park today.
I'm so sorry. What did you say? I heard the water park today?
Seer got offered to be a character in the water park too.
Seer? Oh no, not like this. Oh, Sam.
They're gonna make him look like a cool mashup of a history teacher and a coke dealer, probably.
One day. You know what? I will create a video game just to have you in it.
Guys, Caroline's putting out Tic-Tac-Toe 2.
Okay, never mind. I rescind the offer.
She's like, we put stars in it.
You little brat.
It's Tic-Tac-Toe Star.
You little brat.
All right, I sent it to you. That should have been me.
Wow, I'm so happy that happened to you, but it should have been me. It should have been me.
Just need a little bit more relevance. I should start drama.
You know what you should do? You should come out and say, I was one of the creators who was being paid in this secret fund. I think that would generate you a little something. Or you can just be like, I'm a Nazi. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I could grift.
I'm trying to think of what's popping these days.
Big Grifty.
Want a tip for the bug? Yes, I do want a tip for the bug.
When they call me Big Grifty.
I like it when they call me Big Grift.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I should have invited you.
Okay.
Drink a few vodka crayons and then pop off on Twitter. I don't get homophobic when I drink vodka cranberry.
That's because you're not
Sometimes
drinking
they just
the right
make up
vodka.
lore. They just make up lore about me. I don't even know when that happened. What happened?
Wait, that you're homophobic?
Yeah.
Also, I did not get the invite yet.
Really?
For collaboration station.
Oh.
Collaboration station. You know what you could do is you could talk shit on Taylor Swift's ring.
I already did that.
You already did that.
It was like one of the
course
first things I did.
Of course
Okay, I have to ready up again.
Okay, why?
I think it's ugly. And it's too big.
Can
and
I
you
say-
can't replace taste with a diamond that just is a size of a house.
Okay, true. I just think any diamonds that are past a certain size,
His
I don't
partner
think they
isn't
look
ready
good.
yet.
Wait, what? I'm ready. I'm also waiting for the collaboration invite. It says, wait, no, it says my partner isn't ready yet.
I think we are in. Like, I'm ready.
I'm ready. But I'm ready.
Mine says partner isn't ready yet.
Wait, it says ready now. What's going on?
I don't know, just hit okay.
Okay, the stun rod.
happens?
Wait, you need the stun rod. Can be effective to stun him. Then you shoot the sack. It exposes from the chest. Alternatively, shoot the head and then the sack on his back.